All right. Good evening, everybody. As some of you may know and others may not, I am Matt Yancik. I am the founder and the head game master here at Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain. And welcome to the fourth issue of Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain's Summer Superheroes Limited Series. So this is the fourth issue, the fourth solo adventure, if you will, of six that will culminate in a two-part crossover at the end of the summer. So tonight's adventure features Edward Thomas Hedford, an otherwise mortal man who is unaware that he is secretly the Eternal Trooper, a warrior with a soul of iron. So it takes place on an alternate Earth that resembles our own but isn't quite. So this is an Earth in which World War II was fought and won using super beings. So on this Earth, two psychic bombs were dropped on Japan, killing hundreds of thousands, and a superpower arms race set into motion a Cold War that was very different than our own. So in this world, John F. Kennedy was not assassinated because he was indeed a super being, going on to two terms of office. So his brother Robert followed afterward, winning two more terms and cementing the Kennedys as a kind of American royalty. Um, Gradually, though, as super beings came out about who they were, they began to fill elected seats of government. So in the late 60s, this ignited a second United States Civil War that raged through the early 1970s, from which a second Confederacy arose in the South. And now the nation once known as the United States of America is broken into three smaller nations. So New England in the Northeast, where the capital is Boston, the government is composed primarily of super beings. And the president, as a matter of fact, is a descendant of John F. Kennedy. The Second Confederacy, of course, in the South, the capital of which is Washington, D.C., is a place where super beings are hunted, registered, and ultimately imprisoned. Finally, to the west, there are Texas and California, who perpetually fight for control over the scraps of what is left over. So tonight, though, we turn to Boston, Massachusetts, where we will meet Edward Thomas Hedford, the Eternal Trooper, the warrior with a soul of iron, who is played by my good buddy, James McKenzie. So, James, hello, and thank you for joining us for tonight's adventure.
Good evening. It's great to be here playing.
Yeah, it's actually really nice. It is real. Oh, and we've got a comment from Somali already.
Um,
Somali Wilson, such a cool intro. Go James. Yes, you know what? I want to, in case you didn't know this, there's something very special about tonight, and that is our player is also our composer. So James is a musician who wrote his own track for his hero, and hopefully I'm going to get him to write some more tracks, maybe for the other episodes, but we'll talk about that later. But at any rate, um, so James, tell us a little bit about your character, and you know, you don't have to tell us too much. We can kind of reveal
mm.
things if you want. We can reveal them as we go, but just tell us a little bit about who is Edward.
Edward is someone who is currently serving amongst the New England Defense Force equivalent of the Homeland Security as a security analyst,
Hmm.
watching for threats in the world. He has a military background after serving in that arm of the military for a number of years before going to civilian life to enter this career path. So he's trained a bit, but he's always been a little bit more of the desk jockey kind of guy. He's
Hmm.
looking to get out of the action before anything more stirs up and get back to using his uh, knowledge and intuition about the threats that might be happening in the world to start connecting those dots and serve the defense in a different way.
So,
And
oh, go ahead.
yeah, he's I think I said 28. I can't quite remember that.
It's all
29,
right.
29 years old,
Yeah.
and really a pretty normal New England boy. He's not quite tall, not as fit as he had been during his active service. Short brown hair. He keeps it short, or else he gets distracted by it. doesn't need glasses, but he's very particular about wearing his blue light glasses to protect himself from all the computer screens he does in his job. Um, and he gets distracted by his thoughts about his work.
Right.
Like I said, he's relying on intuition. Kind of, he's the guy with the red yarn on the board on the wall, trying to figure out some of these things to see what's coming. But ultimately, is a good father and husband to his wife and two kids. Um, and he's not one for fashion or keeping up his appearance, and he's just as happy in the office with jeans and an L Bean flannel um, than anything trying to dress to impress.
So essentially, it sounds like you're kind of describing someone that's a little bit more of a desk jockey, say, than like a field agent,
Yeah,
and
he had certainly done what he had to do in the
mhm.
military, and now he's pretty happy to be out of the line of fire, potential lines of fire.
So the person that you've just described, though, is Edward T. Hedford, if I'm getting it
That's
correctly.
correct.
And but what I'm curious about here, and you don't have to tell us too much because we can figure this out as we go. You haven't told us anything about his superhero persona. Is that
Mhm.
for a reason
It
or?
certainly is, because even Edward himself, Ed does not know about this aspect for him. Um, and it's not necessarily something that is a part of him even yet, or when something like this might awaken in him. And he's had some dreams of recent, though,
Okay.
of kind of a span of eternity that has kind of infiltrated into his dreams at night, which has become a little disconcerting. But um, however, that timeline's going to progress. However, something that he can't piece together that we will ultimately is that there is this eternal soul of a warrior, the eternal trooper, that has existed for a very long time,
Mhm.
some kind of a entity, force, or being that can't be destroyed, that will show up at particular moments in history of mankind,
Yeah.
at points of heightened tension and war, um, to fulfill some unknown aim um, within those war efforts.
So now what you're
And
talking about now, just so that the viewers kind of know this and all of that, but basically this is very meta information. So Edward has no idea of what is sort of lingering inside of him. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay.
Um, and so, to his perspective, as we'll see wherever we do begin,
Hmm.
he's quite unaware of it, and honestly will think that he's afflicted by stress. He's afflicted by um, something unknown. He might merely have insomnia, uh, but it's also carries with it some level of concern for him that he's not really willing to explore with other people in his life yet.
Mm. And so just to sort of set the scene here a little bit and to sort of rewind and let everybody know, tonight's adventure, for those of you maybe that haven't picked up on it or maybe didn't watch the whole title sequence, will take place in Boston. So in our alternate universe, we are in. Of course, if you've watched other episodes, you'll pick up on some Easter eggs, but you don't have to watch those episodes in order to enjoy this one. Um, we are calling this Dimension 275. And James may not even know that, but this is something that I've sort of established. James is like completely confused, but that's okay because your character would not know this anyway. This is an alternate Earth that takes place literally simultaneously to what is happening here on this Earth. We're taking the story to Boston, and Boston, as I mentioned before, is the capital of New England, which is essentially kind of a parallel to the Union from the very first Civil War. And so Boston has become a bit like Washington, D.C., in that all of the executives, all of the political leaders, everyone has been moved to Boston. And as I kind of established before, um, New England is run primarily by supers who are mostly elected officials into office. And New England has achieved what is thought to be a utopic state in which there is very little to no crime because of the fact that supers run the nation, because of the fact that supers are parts of, or they do their part to protect and serve the people. And when I say the people, I mean humanity, everyday humans, like Edward T. Hedford thinks he is. Um, and so you, Edward, are you just sort of a normal commuter that like gets on the train and goes to your job at Homeland Security every day, or do you drive, or how does that
Yeah,
work?
the train's really helpful. Yeah, we don't have two cars. The bills pile up, so you gotta try and pare down.
Right, and you're paying off those. Did you go to an Ivy League school?
No, I couldn't afford that, but
Oh,
they're still expensive. If you get out of state, even 2 states away, you're not you're gonna pay a little extra anyway.
all right.
But
So in that case, then, we will start you off on your normal commute, coming home from work in the evening. So let's say, is it safe to say that what kind of guy are you? Are you sort of the guy that sits there and burns the midnight oil, or do you get out early from work, or
like, stay a little bit, but know you gotta get home. You can't just be tied to the job too much. Probably prefer to get there early instead of stay super late. But have certainly been late for dinner in the past.
right,
So it's probably, oops, I should have taken one earlier train tonight, and then it
right.
wouldn't have been such a hassle for dinner tonight.
So you pack yourself onto the train, the T, as they say here in Boston, and you join the normal commuters. And everybody, of course, is wearing a mask because despite the fact that we're in dimension 275, there it was indeed just recently in the last year and a half or so a pandemic that raged across the planet. And there aren't the normal amount of commuters that you would expect. But again, it's clearly because of the pandemic. There's plenty of seats for you to grab one and have a seat in a train heading back to your neighborhood. I don't know if you did any research. It doesn't matter, but I mean, did you think anything about what neighborhood you're living in? And it doesn't matter.
How about Medford? That sounds nice.
Medford sounds cool. Okay, I like how you
And
just whipped that right out.
I've known people in Boston before.
Oh, cool. Okay.
But so I'll draw upon that limited knowledge.
Right.
And I'm lucky enough to be a fairly short walk from the T stop.
Sure. That's perfect. So you're heading back to Medford on the train. And as you're sitting and take a seat, you look up, and of course you see those advertisements and posters, the sorts of things that you see at the top of every subway car, whether it be New York City or Tokyo or Paris or here in Boston. And you see posters and advertisements for all kinds of things that are coming now that the pandemic is finally thought to be fading into the back of our memories, our collective memories. Um, One of the things you see are several recruiting posters. One of which is for the Supers Force, which is New England's equivalent of a Supers military, and they're looking for a few good supers to join them in defending New England's freedom. And you see they're very propagandistic looking with supers kind of looking off into the sunset with their hands on their hips, and they're very like a rainbow diversity of
Mm.
of members that are staring off into the sun. Um,
What's a general attitude towards supers amongst the populace of New England?
this is a good question. why don't you, as an analyst, why don't we have you make your first roll?
Ooh,
So
exciting.
tonight's system we're using is the Marvel Superheroes old TSR system, which uses phase rip as its primary um, as its primary engine, I guess you would say. And so phase rip stands for fighting, agility, strength, endurance, reason, intuition, and psyche. So each of these things are what you would basically call your attributes or your abilities in any other game like Dungeons and Dragons or Cypher System or whatever it is you happen to be playing. So what I'd like you to do is I want you to make an intuition roll, and then I'll tell you what how they're generally perceived, and then I'll tell you how you, as a Homeland Security analyst, really see things,
Good.
depending on how you roll. So please roll a D100.
That is a 75.
75. Now, with phase rip, the interesting thing is that phase rip uses a universal table. So James is going to tell me, if you take a look, and if you're scared by this, by these columns and by all these colors and things like that, don't be scared. It only means you're a lot like me. But basically, each one of those columns represents some sort of attribute, like feeble, poor, typical, remarkable, monstrous, unearthly, different levels. So James rolled a 74. He's going to tell me what his rank is for his intuition. And I'm going to tell him what sort of a success it is based on that.
My intuition is incredible.
Your intuition is incredible. So, cross referencing it on the chart, on the universal table, a 74 puts you firmly into the yellow zone. So, green
Mm.
is a success, yellow is a better success, and then red is a really great success. Um, here's
I do
what.
have a question about that.
Go ahead.
I have a military talent which adds a column shift to all feat rolls. Does this apply in this case?
I would absolutely say it does. So
Incredible.
what a column shift does, a column shift goes up or down. So James was incredible.
Yes.
So that means that he bumps up one column to amazing. It's still a yellow,
Ah, gotcha.
so it doesn't get you any deeper into success. But
Makes
I'll say
sense.
this: the general feeling among the population of New England is that supers are great. People love supers. Why wouldn't you want to be ruled over by supers? John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy were great men without flaw, without any sort of there wasn't a single weakness in their armor. They were great men, and they set up this wonderful system of governing for New England. And even though those bad Southern Second Confederacy people were so terrified by the fact that supers were coming into power and establishing rule over humans, even though they tried to insist and instill fear into people over this, it was really for the best. And now we, as New Englanders, are all very happy to be ruled over by supers. That is the common conception that everyday people would know if you look over to the right, the man reading the newspaper next to you on the T.
Mm.
There's headlines that are just talking about the great things about the supers. Now, you, as the analyst, know that this is kind of like bunk. You know that some people, as of late, in the last decade or so, have begun to resent supers. And they actually have started to see some of the points that the Second Confederacy made. They're not saying the Second Confederacy is 100% correct, but the fears of supers taking over and dictating the wants and the needs and the supplies of the common man are making some people nervous.
Mm.
You would also know as an analyst that some of those accidents, some of those bombings that are blamed on, say, the Second Confederacy or those wild and crazy rebels that are fighting out in California and Texas, some of those aren't really truly attributable to what the government claims they are. Some of those are from New Englanders
Hmm.
that are trying to throw a wrench into the works and are kind of getting tired of this idea of being governed. I'm not saying necessarily that everything is completely wrong, but they're starting to feel like they're being leveraged out as far as being a human being goes.
Right on.
So, looking up at this poster to you, there's a bit of an irony to this, and I'm not sure how would Edward feel about that. Would he have any sympathy for that, for the humans? I mean, as a human himself, or so he believes.
Oh yeah, yeah, and that, being a little closer to, if not outright knowledge of it, hearing all the eh, rumors of those things being attributable to supers, their kind of sheen has worn off a little bit.
Mm.
It's more the kind of thing that it will, um, actually, yeah. So he'd be trying to relax after that stressful day at work, and just being bombarded with these images, you know, yawn under his mask and kind of grab the bridge of his nose and just try and look forward to getting home and trying to get away from anything reminding him of what he's
Well,
got to do.
unfortunately, I've only described one poster because there are three
Oh
more that
God.
I was ready to describe. So
Oh.
get ready to 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 crawl under the seat. Um, the other poster you see is for a kind of like a it shows like a ribbon with a pair of scissors that are cutting through it, and it's announcing the development of something called the South Boston Patrogenic Institute of Higher Health, which in at the end of the summer is going to be break ground for construction. Uh, or I'm sorry, it has already happened and it's going to be opened at the end of summer. And so the South Boston Patrogenic Institute of Higher Health is actually it's a facility for wayward children that need supers training and may have more abilities than they're able to control as children.
Hmm.
That is coming up at the end of the summer. And as a matter of fact, there's a big picture uh, of of the 46th president of the United States, Jack Kennedy, grandson of
Wow.
JFK, who is scheduled to be there at this ceremony to open it. Next to that poster, there's another recruiting poster, uh, and it's actually for workers at a Supers Max prison facility that is looking for attendants to work in their Supers Max prison, which is a prison located in Boston, or I should say on the edge of Boston. I'm thinking of a specific prison here, not here, relatively in the area, which is somewhere between Cambridge and Boston, which I'm not going to mention. But I'm in my head, I'm turning it into a Supers Max prison
Right.
for adult supers who are caught doing bad things. Um,
Well, I know I'm not qualified for that job, so I'll
Maybe
keep looking.
not. They might be looking for an analyst. It's possible. And the final poster is something that does catch your eye. And whether you can take your mind off it or not, you're having some trouble sort of not focusing on it. There's an exhibit at the Boston Fine Arts Museum that looks very familiar to you. It's an exhibit of iron that has been assembled from Egypt. And it's one of the very first occurrences of iron being used. Because, of course, this is taken from the 1500s, which is when the world was sort of turning from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age. And looking this poster over, what you see is that it claims to have one of the world's most precious and rarest of metals, of
Mm.
irons, which is something called meteoric iron, which is an extremely rare form of iron. It's raw iron from a meteor that has crashed on the planet some 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago. And there's something in particular, something called the iron cutter. And the main focus of this poster is a dagger that is made of iron and has been called the iron cutter. And your eyes are particularly drawn.
Yeah, I focus in on that one past seeing all these other ones, and I see the ribbon cutting and this other guy Jack Kennedy, and I kind of remember, really hope Mark has been following up on that one. That one looks pretty dangerous. And as I focus in on that last one, I got a bit of a shiver down the spine, um, and just uncontrollably I'd shake my hands out and just get some dull aches on the outsides of them, and it really catches me off guard. I'm like, but I don't understand why I can associate it with anything. And I just
Well,
try and grip my hands and lean back as I look at it pretty suspiciously.
why don't you make me a psyche roll? We'll see
Okay.
what happens. What's your psyche rank, by the way?
It is remarkable,
Remarkable.
and I've rolled a 76
Oh.
for remarkable.
Um, you are overcome by a sense of deja vu
Hmm.
looking at the iron cutter. Now, it's not the name, the iron cutter, but there's something about the silhouette of that particular dagger
Oh,
up
okay.
there. There's something about it. It's not the name
Hmm.
per se. It's not like it's something that came out of, something you read somewhere, but
Hmm.
more like something you've seen before.
Yeah, as I'm trying to shake a feeling out of my hands and grip, it kind of transfers right dead center of my chest, or just off of my chest. And I'm trying to breathe through my mask, and it's just feeling pretty labored.
Mm-hmm.
But I sit transfixed and start sweating a bit.
Make me a reason roll.
Uh-oh. Only poor in my reason. That's a 50.
You are poor, is that correct?
Correct.
And you rolled a 50. You
That's not
miss
very good.
several stops. In fact, you miss your own stop
Damn it. I'm busted.
because you're so transfixed staring at this poster.
Yeah, as soon as I catch myself, I'm going to start. I grab my bag and I just stumble my way out of the train.
So the train stops and the doors open up and you kind of push your way past a few other commuters who are just completely upset because it's like, man, this is COVID right now. Why do you got to push like that? There's like no one else on the train. And you sort of make your way out and then into, ironically, the fresh air of the underground compared to, say, this train because it's like friggin' 80 degrees here in
Mhm.
Boston right now. But anyway, which is hot. Anyway,
Right, yeah.
forget
I'm with
it.
you.
So you bust out and you have to kind of like rest. And even when you take a seat on one of the benches, you look up and as the train departs, there's one of those large like vertical portrait oriented TV screens that are just glowing and flashing, and it runs through a few ads before that ad for Museum of Fine Arts pops up again, and you see that
Yeah.
dagger there.
Well, I lurched to my feet and I let go of my chest, and I like, even if I'm underground and there's still people around, I just rip my mask off my face and I'm
Hmm?
trying to
People
breathe.
are not like they're doing that. You know how that thing is in Boston, where like they're all snotty and stuff. You can tell they're looking
Yeah.
at you.
And I'm just staring at this, and immediately it goes in my head. I'm right on the tee here. Like,
Mm.
is it close to get to the museum?
Taking a look at the map, I won't even make you roll. You can kind of
Even if
see.
I know, like while I'm staring at it, or yeah.
You could make it. It's closing in a few hours, but you could make it.
Okay. I I take the most expedient way towards the appropriate train, whether it's this track or if I have to go to a different one, I'll run across it, which I know is dangerous. Uh, yeah, I'm pretty bent on getting there.
So actually, you do. You do have to cut across the tracks at a certain point because, like, friggin', if anybody's been to Boston before, you know that it's not like New York, and you can't just like jump on you can't like walk an overpass to get down. Like, you actually have to go out and pay friggin' again. So you don't want to do that.
We
So
live
you,
in a society. Come on.
I know, like, so you cross the tracks, which I've done a few times. Don't tell anybody. And you make it to the other side, you transfer over to the other, and you take a few more stops. 20, 30 minutes later, you're at the Museum of Fine Arts making the recommended donation. I assume, can we assume this?
Yes, yes, I would feel compelled to do so even in my state.
So you make the recommended donation to enter, and you make your way up to their ancient Egyptian collection. And when you get there, um, you can kind of see that it's a little crowded, um, even though it's COVID. It's a little crowded, probably because people have been itching to get out for so long, and the museums have had such trouble, like keeping getting allowing people in. Um, and you can hear kind of a heavy clang as you enter, which is odd because you're not used to. And as you listen, it kind of reminds you of the sound of like metal striking metal. Um, and as you enter the Egyptian exhibit, um, you see those signs, those vertical signs that are kind of like hanging, and they tell you about how it was once. The exhibit is from 1500 BC. It's a time when the world was turning from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age. And here in this exhibit, they have one of the larger collections of something called meteoric iron, which is iron that comes directly from meteors. It's considered to be one of the purest forms of iron on the planet, or at least known to man. Um, and there are a few things here in the exhibit: necklaces and pendants, bracelets. You find a broken breastplate. And as you kind of take a look at these things, you can kind of see that they're all sort of united by the same style. And there are bronze pieces to sort of show the difference between the softer bronze and the colors of and shades of bronze metalwork, and then the colors and shades of iron metalwork. And also, there's like a video that demonstrates how bronze is softer and not quite as protective as say iron is, which made it not exactly useful in a different way, we'll say. You also see exhibits of weapons, bent spear tips of bronze versus uh, iron spear tips, which have preserved, whose integrity has been preserved. You see a half dagger that almost for a second there reminds you of the dagger that you saw before, but this one is shattered
Hmm.
and broken. And alongside that is a sword, a heavy sword that looks a little bit more like a sickle,
Hmm.
which is more of an Egyptian style. It sort of starts off, it looks like a question mark, and say where the hilt is, that's where the dot of the question mark would be. They're fragmented strips of bronze that are explained to be used to wrap and reinforce a wooden shield. Um, and then a few other things that are kind of miscellaneous, like nails made of iron, made of horseshoes, a chariot wheel, not the
Hmm.
wheel itself because the wood has long since rotted away, but you can kind of see the iron bands that would be used and the metal bolts that would be used to like to bind it. And then with that, though, through the crowd, as you emerge and wander through the gallery, there's a woman who's dressed in like a heavy set of overalls and a oh my god, I can't believe I've forgotten what it's called, but a leather, what's it called?
Apron?
Apron, right, a leather apron, and she's doing metalwork, and she's got rather large muscular arms. You can tell, and as she's working, she's shaping and forming something out of iron, and she's lecturing the crowd and telling them about meteoric iron and a lot of the things that I just explained. And you sort of pick up that her name is Diana Kane. She's a scientist and a metallurgist and a blacksmith. So she's demonstrating the uses of iron.
By now, I the feelings I had have receded, and the any heavy breathing is replaced by my e- exhaustion from being out of shape and getting here as fast as I could.
Right.
Um, I edge my way kind of, against the display case, kind of far away from this, but within earshot, and I want to eyeball the crowd. It feels like in this area, I'm just getting a sense that this is never a good place for me for some reason. Um, as if I'm in the presence of something and there's some danger involved, and just in my turning my threat assessment into a real time, like, is there immediate danger for me
Make
right
an
here?
make an intuition roll. What was your intuition rank again?
It is incredible, and I'm rolling 70s, 71.
Nice. Looking around, what you make out is that there are several people here that mostly what you're looking at are civilians, people that are here and curious about metallurgy and ancient Egyptian history and maybe military history as well. Um, Artists are mixed into the crowd, and a good portion of just people that are here to see something interesting. But among the crowd, you can actually see that there are a couple news reporters that are taking notes. Probably people that work for blogs or some sort of online news service or something. There is actually someone, and this is really obvious, you wouldn't even have to roll for this. There's someone that's doing a stand-up commentary in front of it, and she just kind of reiterates a lot of the information that I just told you.
Mm.
And one thing that she mentions that maybe is new information to you is that most of the pieces here, a good portion of the military pieces here, are from the Battle of Megiddo in 1500 BC. Mentioning that Megiddo, of course, was not of course, but not everybody would know this, but Megiddo was central and strategic to trade routes between Egypt and Mesopotamia in the 1500s. And that what we're kind of seeing here is one of the world's largest collections of those items. Um, Other things that maybe you notice is that there are a couple people that look, well, they sort of defy categorization. Let me
Mm.
just say that. They're dressed sort of business casual. They're very silent and just watching. Um, and if you want anything more specific, you're probably going to have to take a closer look, or I'm not sure what you want to do at
Mm.
this point.
I think I remarked to myself in my head that I'm strangely more familiar or at ease around this exhibit than I would have thought, having a natural curiosity about things in history, especially militarily. Um, and I'm going to kind of cycle around, try to get a little closer to where the metallurgist is
Mm-hmm.
talking, and keep my side eye on the people who are standing out to me.
Right, the people that seem out of place. Um, so are you looking specifically for something? Can you tell me like I can
Yeah.
have you make like an intuition roll,
Mhm.
but if you tell me specifically what you're looking for.
I would know probably how like agents would try and handle themselves in an observational capacity as if they're looking for something, but also where they might be uh, concealing weaponry if this was a thing. Um, just in my background and
Hmm. Can
yeah,
you tell me, and you can help me fill in the world here a little bit, as a as an analyst, what sort of bad guys are you looking for? Are you looking for people from the Southern Confederacy? Are you looking for general terrorists? Is it that intuition in the back of your head that maybe something is not right in New England that's causing this, or is it something completely different? You can kind of
mhm.
tell me what you think.
Our immediate mission
Hmm.
is in my section is monitoring the Second Confederacy.
Okay.
Um, Another section is more dealing with, well, of course, multiple sections, but more in dealing with different parts of the world. We're more focusing on particular in the Second Confederacy, but as a part of that, it includes kind of in worrying about the interior of New England
Right.
with that influence, which is more of my pet project, or at least like a side project kind of. Oh, well, this isn't really funded, but any of the extra time I get, I'm trying to look for any inroads the Second Confederacy is making in New England that might help us to serve our mission with the Second Confederacy.
I know it's hard to say. Say
Second
that
Confederacy.
10 times fast. Um, we can call it the 2C. Maybe that'll be my
2C.
see, ladies and gentlemen, that's world building.
That's world. NE
2C.
versus
We just
2C.
call it 2C. The 2C. Um, Go ahead and make an intuition roll as you look around with this in mind.
Oof. All right, that's an 18 for my incredible intuition, but I would say this is,
Oh
if I
boy.
can use my military feat, it still doesn't help.
Yeah, even if we column shift you up by 1 from incredible to amazing, you're still.
Uh,
Now, one thing I can sort of let you know. And for those of you that are watching at home, the Marvel superheroes phase rip system uses something called karma. And karma is essentially like in the Cypher system, you can use XP in order to buy a second roll or to change your roll. If you want, James, and I don't remember if we built it or not, but if you want to use your karma, you can adjust your roll. And karma is a one-to-one thing. So you spend as much karma as you want to add to your roll.
okay,
And
let
I'm
me
not I'm
take
not
a look.
trying to tell you to do that right now, but I think this is your first unsuccessful roll of the night, so I'm just
Yeah,
making you aware of it. Would you like
so
to spend karma to adjust that roll? We'll take it from
I think I
amazing.
do. So that's an 18 and amazing. To get in the green zone,
Yeah.
I need 13 to spend. No,
Some well, we won't worry about the details. We'll just
26. 8. I'll spend 8.
yeah, and that'll put you in the green. Okay, so
Yeah.
please take 8 off of your karma and we will give you a green success, which is the minimum success. I'm going to say, looking at those two fellows now, you've identified for sure, because the other guys were just like maybe some casual business dressed guys that are like
Mm.
off work and half, not really thinking about it, just decided to come in and see some swords.
Oh yeah.
There are two guys that move in a way that is not the civilian way. Now, whether this is suspicious or not, that's something totally different. Totally different. You've seen guys that dress, in casual civilian dress garb, but that doesn't mean that they're guilty. It doesn't mean that
Mm.
they're agents. It just means that maybe they have some sort of a military background from looking them over and maybe looking at the way you kind of size them up. Um,
Do they seem to be just generally experiencing the area, or have some focus of attention.
Make, I like what you're saying. Make another intuition roll because it seems like they're focused on something, but I don't know if you've noticed yet.
48, that's in solid in the green.
Okay. They're focused on an older gentleman
Hmm.
who is sitting on a bench far back in the room, and the older gentleman has an assistant with him, a younger woman who is still quite old. And she's sort of tending to him, like she's got his cane for him, and maybe she's got carrying like a backpack filled with like things that he likes to have with him. And he's dressed in a suit. He doesn't necessarily look familiar at all, but um, this is a gentleman that they're kind of turning their
Regarding
attention
as
to.
they're kind of looking at him or looking out for him.
They, looking at, to be more specific, they are kind of checking something out for him. That's the
Okay.
feeling you get. And
Okay.
maybe every once in a while they sort of turn their head and they look back and they nod, and maybe he makes like a little gesture like get in for a closer, like
Uh,
you're kind of imagining get in for a closer look, and they like take a step over here. They're taking, then they'll take like a snapshot with their camera phones. um,
yeah, this is intriguing to me. Like I'm not feeling like I'm the focus of any attention here. I'm just another. The only.
nobody seems to have noticed you. I mean,
Yeah.
you are kind of like you are kind of dressed like those guys that stand out, but nobody seems to have noticed you at this point.
I'm gonna pick some part of the exhibit, say that's on the wall near where these gentlemen are looking, and kind of fixate my eyes and a little ruse, like, oh, I'll start walking up, like, what's this here?
Mm-hmm.
And just start. So I feel as though I have a purpose to be going over there.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, this ruined wagon band is really interesting, and I'll
Mm-hmm.
step up to that and kind of like follow the placard line along with my finger as I'm
Yeah.
gonna spy in on these fellows.
So you are able to get over to that incredibly interesting wagon, iron wagon bands. Um, and I'm going to ask you to make, what part of phase is this? I'm going to say this is, I'm going to say it's psyche, even though I know that's not. Okay, everybody, relax out there.
I'm trying to fool
Diehard
them.
phase rip fans, just relax. I'm gonna
Mhm.
have him make a psyche roll. Like it's kind of like his feeling, his intuition. Like it's not intuition, but please make
I'm trying to psych them out.
yes. Even though that's not what Jeff Grubb intended, and Jeff Grubb, who I interviewed a few months ago,
All right. Well,
would not approve. But
send me a
whatever.
strongly worded letter. We'll
Yeah.
do better next time.
Jeff Grubb will send you a letter. He might.
All right. That's a 70 for my remarkable psyche.
Nice. Tell me
That's in the
exactly
green.
what you want to know, or tell me your angle of inquiry here.
Right. So I do feel they're looking for something or experiencing something which seems to be in direction of this guy.
Yeah.
All right. I want to hear if I can what he's saying, directing them towards, and see, are they looking in a display case? Are they handling anything? Are they reaching for anything? Is it pretty obvious from what he's saying and what they're looking at or for what's in there?
My oh my. He's leaning in to talk to the relatively young woman that's right next to him. My oh my. Look at that woman work. I have never seen that sort of skill and talent outside of da, 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 da. And he says some location that you don't quite recognize.
Mm-mm.
My goodness, look at her go. It's as if she'd taken the powder herself. I cannot believe it. My goodness. That's the sort of person we need. That's the
What in
sort
the
of
world?
work we want.
I need to get a look at him. That's always helped in my work is to have,
Mm-hmm.
that photo on the board to get
Mm-hmm.
into who you're, you're trying to learn about?
Make a so you're going to kind of angle over to him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a reason roll.
Oof.
I take it that's not your strong
Bye
suit.
bye karma.
Right. There we go.
Oh no. 34 for my poor reason. 34.
Yeah,
Yeah.
34 puts you firmly in the white, which is to
Yuck.
say not a success, definitely under poor. Um, you're not getting anything out of him except you do get that southern accent. He's wearing that southern gentleman suit, but it's before it is,
What
by
did
the
he
way,
say? He
ladies.
said she's got the power.
She's got the skill and ability, I believe, is what he said.
Okay.
If he said power, I'm going to step out here for a moment as a game master and kind of meta address you. If I had said power, I wasn't necessarily speaking in Marvel superheroes terms or ability, like that sort of thing. I meant the spirit of what he said and the gist of what he said is that she has some sort of skill or ability.
Hmm. Gotcha. All right. Well, she sounds very interesting, or if I'm detecting this, that these men are a threat, that she's in danger of some kind.
Hmm?
But now I'm at the crossroads of, well, what the hell can I do about that? I'm
Right.
just out in a museum and I don't really know what's going down.
Yeah.
Um, so, yeah, even though this is like in my mind, I'm also reminded that I'm concerned as to how I'm feeling or drawn to this
Yeah.
area.
Yeah.
So I'll keep that as I'm wandering around and keep those kind of, I can't help myself from trying to learn more about them and
Hmm.
catch some glances towards them, but I need to start finding out why I want to be here.
Hmm.
Um,
So you're going to
and
search
she
the
seems pretty interesting, so I want to see what she's working on fairly up close.
um as you move closer, I won't even make you necessarily roll on this. But as you move closer, she appears to be working on some sort of long, flat object,
Mhm.
folding it over and over and over again. And your feeling is, and this is without rolling, okay? I'm going to tell you this is without rolling. But your feeling is like she's doing that old thing that we've all seen a million times before. She's folding a sword. or a
Okay.
or a or a knife or something. But looking at it, maybe if you really want to know, you'd have to really roll specifically. But it looks like she's kind of forming something out, and it'll go out like by 6 inches. Then she'll fold it again, and then she throws it into like a hot coals, and then she starts like hammering it again. And you can kind of feel it now as you get closer, and as she explains what she's doing, she's not explaining what she's making though. Almost like she's like a showman trying to tease
Right.
the audience a little bit or a show
I
person.
I forget myself a little bit, and my head cocks as I'm kind of accessing, but that sound, ding, 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 whoosh, those kinds of sounds, they just seem really familiar. They feel like something I'd been around before, and I'm not from Sturbridge and have a blacksmith in the backyard, but it just
Hmm?
seems to fit this area, or why I'm here.
Yeah.
And as I consider that, I just, even if she's talking or whatever, I'm like, what are you making?
You say this out loud directly to her.
Yeah. Even if there's people and she's talking, I'm just, what are you making?
She looks up. She stops for a moment because you've now drawn everyone's attention. She looks at you. She looks out at the audience. I love it when people are late, she says. And the audience kind of chuckles. And then she hammers that hammer down one more time. And as she does so, she winks directly at you. I want you to make a psyche roll.
Hmm. My remarkable psyche is a 93.
You rolled a 93?
Yeah. That's in the yellow. It's yellow. Tail end of the
Yes.
yellow.
So it's at the tail end of yellow. Um, you blink, And the blink seems to last a lifetime. And you're assaulted by a sense of vertigo
Mm.
as your mind spins. And for a moment you think, my God, I'm about to faint. And it's not something that you've ever, well, I don't think you've ever experienced this before. I don't want to tell you that. But this sensation, and you suddenly forget where you were, what you were doing, what was happening to you. And what you see is space and an aurora dancing in the night. And you feel as if you are transported, flying through this aurora. And as you are transported, the stars around you blur into long lines, psychedelic lines. And you see four concentric rings that are surrounding a sphere. And the four concentric rings are revolving each on their own axes over and over and over again. And the feeling you get is that they're revolving on fast forward.
Mm.
In the same way that like you've ever seen film of like sped up like flowers when they like bloom, or the day like when you see a camera poised
Mm.
over like an entire city and you see all the traffic rushing. You plummet towards these four concentric rings and that one sphere in the center, and frighteningly, you miss it. You move between it, and you get the sense that your entire world is being flipped
Mm.
upside down. And when you open your eyes, you're looking at a blacksmith, not the one that you saw before, because you can't even remember where you were
Mm.
before. But you're looking at a blacksmith with thick, meaty arms as he palms sweat off of his brow, whips it into the dry, hot desert dirt, picks up a hammer, and then slams it down onto a sickle-shaped sword. He's covered in sweat and even a little bit of blood. His hands are blistered, and his wrists and his elbows are wrapped, and his hands are wrapped in cloth, linen. And he hammers and hammers and hammers away at that thing. Puts it into the irons, brings it back, or puts it into the coals, brings it back, hammers it again. And then when he hammers it into shape, as you know it, he hefts it in his hand, holds it up to the light, up to the sun, and you can see the sun in the background and the red hot glowing of the blade of this iron sickle. And he submerges it in a bucket of water, and it hisses and crackles, and the water flash evaporates. Then he flips it in his hand so that he's holding onto the edge. And you don't know how he does this because, man, those things are sharp. But he must know how to handle his weapon. And he hands it back to you. And he's waiting for you to take it.
I look down at him and it
This
feels strange.
The man is dressed essentially in leathers, shirtless. He's got a big belly.
Mm.
He's got enormous arms. He's a bear of a man. And balding. And you can tell just by his eyes, there's like 1,000 years of experience
Mm.
behind them. And then suddenly, the world around you kind of comes into focus. You're in an encampment with soldiers, military, and you look down at yourself, you're military as well. Now, well, go ahead. Tell me how you react before I.
Um, is this? Do I feel that this is the same environment as just was with the blacksmith?
You don't even remember.
Not the modern day blacksmith, the one who was forging the sword.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I have this feeling of elevation. Um, and I bring my shoulders back as I feel tense just to loosen them up. Um, and I'll reach down to my side and pull that blade out.
So tell us a little bit about. So he's handed you a sickle. What's your other weapon? What are you, or is this what you were pulling out? Like, so are you talking? Are you saying that you have two weapons, or?
Yeah, two of the same, really. Um, and I have one already in my left hand, and I pull this one out, and I hold them both up, and they're fairly long, almost like an axe with a slight sickle
Mm-hmm.
curve to it. And I hold them both up, these almost identical, like beautifully wrought
Yeah.
weapons, and I hold them up towards the sun, and
You
I turn them to reflect that, and I just say to those around me, like, this flash of the blade, I live for this,
and
for
indeed
that
as
touch and that gleam.
indeed as you look around, you see that you're a sergeant in the Egyptian military, 1500 BC, though I'm speaking now in contemporary terms.
True.
In the terms of the time, you're a soldier. You're in the army. You're a sergeant specifically, in charge of a platoon, well, a squad in within a platoon of men, probably 15 or 20. And you know some things. The pharaoh Hashtaput has just died,
Hmm.
and now Thutmose the third is in charge. And after Hashtaput died, many of the fiefdom kingdoms within Egypt started to rebel. And you are in, or I should say, you are outside the city of Megiddo. The city of Megiddo, as you may recall from the exhibit, was the halfway point, a very strategic point in trade between Mesopotamia and Egypt.
Hmm.
And when Megiddo rebels, well, that's a big deal. If Megiddo is lost, there's no more trade. If there's no more trade, there's no more, essentially, there's no more Egypt. Not economically, anyway.
Hmm.
So it's a key strategic part of the trade route between the two civilizations. This is the Valley of Jezreel. And as you look out, ironically, though you're in a valley, Megiddo sits on some rolling hills. And you know right now that you're here to do your part to take Megiddo back. Looking down at yourself, you can see that you're wearing a leather tunic that's reinforced with bronze pieces. So not iron yet, or at least maybe for you, because you're the cannon fodder, metaphorically. You
Hmm.
have bronze. You're carrying your bronze sickle, and then this axe of bronze as well, and a wooden shield reinforced with leather. So, can you tell me, because we kind of talked about this part, and this shouldn't be too much of a surprise to you as far as what you're doing, but can you tell me a little bit about yourself at this point? And it's okay if you haven't thought everything through, but we can kind of make it up as we go along. But
Yeah, that's fine.
who is this? Who is this person that you've just
This is
leaped into?
Koth,
Hmm.
who's a warrior, as we talked about,
Hmm.
is enormous. He's 6'6", and he
Okay.
just kind of towers over those under his command. And as this sergeant in this military of the new emperor
Hmm.
Pharaoh, um, and he's not only this very tall, but he also has that solidity, as if he's made from the earth as opposed to born.
Hmm.
And strangely, his eyes are very dark, just almost a midnight pool of blackness, but with a strange glint straight in the middle of them.
Hmm.
Um, and not supernaturally so. It just, that is how his face and his eyes come across, and how he holds himself. Um, and he's the pharaoh, even from the pharaoh before. He's the pharaoh's best warrior. Um, with his normal weaponry of these blades, or the bow as well.
Hmm. Now, the interesting thing
Yeah.
about the bow, just for those people that are watching at home, the Battle of Megiddo is generally thought to be the first usage of iron in battle, and the composite bow, and it's thought to be the first recorded battle with a body count in general.
Hmm.
Thousands of Egyptians died, and I'd say almost 10,000
Yeah, it was
of
very
the
lopsided.
the enemy
Hmm.
Canaanites were perished, and the rebels, if you want to call them that.
Right.
Anything
Yeah, and
else you want to
he's
tell us about him, or?
just one last flavor bit.
Hmm?
He's been, because of his size, because of his ferocity, like often he will spend time in battle chasing his enemies down because they flee at seeing him in operation.
Hmm.
So
Right. They
he can
turn and
create
go in the
those
other direction.
strange seismic waves of butchery around him
Yes.
from just his being able to kill everyone.
Right. Okay. So now let me ask you this. Do you have a companion, or maybe like a trusted
Mhm.
sidekick, or maybe a corporal that?
Yeah, his very trusted Corporal Mosenamun is his one of the he was attached to one of the batteries of archers in the Pharaoh's employ, but so renowned was his skill as well that Koth drew him into his own squad,
Okay.
knowing that for all that he must do, he does need that kind of a warrior who can match him at range as he can in close combat.
So, in other words, are you kind of like, can I say that your squad is kind of like a dirty dozen as far as the Egyptian military goes? Because it sounds like this guy, and let me see if I can. So James had sent me the name of his companion before, and I had imagined his name as being pronounced a different way, but you call him Mosenamun? Mosenamun?
Mosenamun.
Mosenamun.
Yep.
So he sounds like a little bit of a, not a reject, but maybe too violent for the rest of the military, if you can say that of the Egyptians at that time.
Right.
Um,
Koth and Mosenamun. They are just the fiercest badasses this side of the Nile, I guess.
so with that, then, what's his personality like? He's also a badass, right? So,
Yeah, he knows it. It's but he's the like ultimate soldier slash non-com,
hmm?
where He knows the soldier plight. He went through it. He's he works with the upper brass or with the pharaoh himself, not as an equal of any sort, but like has been in the presence of these warrior leaders. He knows his place. He knows how they view him. He knows they're already dead. He
Yeah.
knows they're just being sent to do these things.
Yeah.
Um, and he's as fierce as he is, he also will not shy away from the rumors that might spread due to his exploits, whether true or not.
Mm.
And
Is
as large as they become, that mystery makes them kind of take hold and become, that guy heard it from somebody, but he heard it from someone that was there, but then he heard it from
right.
someone who was really there.
Right.
And it just grows with the telling,
Yeah.
and he won't dispute it, but he also can back up and give them that plausible acceptance, uh, because he wants them all to think he's the baddest son of a bitch
Yeah.
that they could possibly run into.
Yeah. So he cultivates that kind of a. Yeah. I mean, a psychological, like part of battle is psychological as well. A part of dominance and all of that stuff. Like
And
the
even
stress.
if he's surly or difficult, the men that are under and around him, um, know who's got their back when it gets deep.
Right. Um. So he's elbowing you and making fun of the size of your sword, the size of your sickle, and
Mhm.
the fact that it was bent wrong. Um, and then he compares it to his own weaponry. And now, I mean, you can tell me, like I'd sort of thought of a way to describe like what he his weapons and stuff, but he's your NPC. Um, do you want to tell me, or do you want me to throw something out there?
I'll go. Yeah, I would say these two weapons that are as much axe as sickle,
Mm-hmm.
that seem identical, that
Yeah.
he will dual wield, and though he does carry a shield on his back for possible necessity, arrow fire, etc.
Yeah.
Uh, it is not his preferred method once he gets in the thick of it.
Okay. So with that, he kind of Mose, because I'm practicing his name. Mosenamun. No.
The myself am Koth,
Right, Koth, but
and
Mosenamun.
my partner Mosenamun, yes,
Mosenamun.
we'll call him,
Mose?
um, yeah, Mosen. Sounds good.
Mosen. Okay, Mosen. So Mosen
It's a nickname.
elbows you and tells you got to get back to because things are going down right now. We're starting in just a few minutes and we're going to move out. We got to go. And
Mosen, I'm looking at my blades. Wait. Okay, and
he
I like to give him shit, so then I'll put him back and look where he wants me to go. What is it? Where are we going now?
he's like, stuff those things up your ass. Let's get out of here right now. And he hooks his thumb off in a direction and he leads you back to your staging area where the
Mhm.
lieutenant for your platoon is going over what your orders are. And we don't have to be too detailed here, but here's the way that basically uh, uh, the city was sieged and eventually taken. So essentially, the Egyptians showed up. They were a force almost 20,000 strong, 15 to 20,000 strong. They tried to take the city, but the problem is that the city is built on the top of a hill, and they were bringing about 1,000 chariots with them, and so they were fighting literally and figuratively an uphill battle. Um, and so they managed to take a direct route. There were three routes in. They took the most direct route in, which surprised the Canaanites and the citizens of and the warriors of Megiddo. Um, and so they took the direct route, and they were easily victorious. And so at this point, the siege, or I should say the attack, is about to begin in the first attempt to take the city. Now, as you look all around you, there's a lot of looting actually going on of the areas around the city. And people, like officers, are trying to get their troopers to behave themselves and focus in on the siege at hand in this second attack in order to climb the walls. And while all of this looting is going on, you can actually see as you look up at the city, many of the warriors from the on the side of Megiddo, the Canaanites, are scaling the walls and being helped up. So while these undisciplined Egyptian warriors, and that's just to talk about the military, while they are looting the city, the Megiddo warriors are escaping into the city, and each warrior over the side of that wall means another warrior that's got to be stopped in order to get into the city. And so with that, the lieutenant gets the word down from his superiors that the attack, the second attack, the real attack on the city, is starting. And you each divide up into your proper units, and you begin an assault on the city. And as you're cutting your way through, can you tell me a little bit about, before we get into details about the battle itself, but can you tell me about your fighting style? We kind of know a little bit about it, but
Mhm. Um,
how would you
it's
as a sergeant lead your particular squad? Your lieutenant is giving you kind of like whatever space you need, whatever rope you need to sort of make your own way. How would you
mhm.
command them?
I always lead from the front. I would never do something I'm not asking them to do, and it's with both blades drawn. Um, and yeah, as we all provide our support as we move, with Mosin like right at my side, kind of as my second eyes.
Mm-hmm. He's always got your back, and the two of you are cutting through in particular, one person after another. And as you look around you, you get the sense of scale. There are 20,000 Egyptian forces nearly that are led, and you mentioned the fact that you lead from the front.
Mm,
Well, the pharaoh, Thutmose III, is very much the same way, and he leads from the front. And there are a few times where you're looking off and you actually think, you're not sure, but you think you catch a glimpse of him in a chariot, but it's a little bit more. You can tell that his men are nervous around him, and they've surrounded him with a very protective layer
mm,
of other chariots. And he's just like fuming, and he wants to keep going. He's upset that you were that the his forces were unable to take the city on the first hit, and he wants to make sure to get it now. And you can kind of see chariots are climbing up the city, and they're going up these switchbacks on the gentle hills that lead up to Megiddo, and they're being repelled. And you can kind of see every so often there are Canaanites, there are Megiddo warriors that will pop out of like huts or shanties, or just even like just dry hidden holes camouflaged in the dirt, and they will cut down some of your warriors. But do me a favor, make make a fighting roll for edged attacks, and we're going to call this a general roll for your whole squad, just to see how your squad is doing
okay,
at this point as you cut a swath toward Megiddo.
pretty good. I am with fighting. I am incredible,
Nice.
and I've rolled an 81, and I get a column shift,
Nice.
so I'm in the yellow.
81 puts you deep in the yellow, almost toward the end. So you are very much worthy. Your role is very worthy of what you described for yourself as a warrior. And you and your squad are almost doing too well for your platoon. And there's a certain point where you kind of realize like you got to kind of slow down for these other guys to keep up with you at a certain point. And
Mm,
one thing that kind of it disturbs you and worries you, but at the same time it gives you a little sense of pride as you realize that you're way off on the western flank of the assault, which means you guys are kind of like out there on your own. And as you look toward the east, you can kind of see the gentle and kind of lazy battle line as it moves forward. And it's clear now that you guys are ahead
Yeah.
of everyone else, and you're just cutting through those warriors, those Megiddo warriors. They're coming out of like jumping off of roofs at you. They're coming out at windows. Every so often, there's an archer. Every so often, that fires out at you, and you send a man into a building to like take them out, and then you're satisfied when just a few moments after sending your man in,
Mm.
that fire stops. Is there anything in particular you want to do as you move toward the city? And now, just to remind you, you're on the western flank. You're like farther along than everybody else. You want to
Yeah.
hold for a while? You want to slow down? You want to keep
I
going?
I know that this is dangerous because we could easily end up surrounded um, as we push away from our own line. Um, and but I also realize we're just going to end up throwing ourselves against the wall of Megiddo. Um, that we're if are we we're like on the outskirts of the city already as we're leading up to it. What is our end game if it's not to end in siege?
Yeah, that's the thing. Make a intuition roll.
That's incredible.
Nice.
And it's a 58. Yeah, it's a greener.
Screen. Your intuition is that while you seem to be doing pretty well, and the rest of the Egyptian forces are not doing badly, this is kind of a situation that you've seen before. You and a few other squads and platoons do really well. The rest of the guys, the average troopers, don't quite keep up,
Mhm.
and you feel as if you've lost some of the inertia that you had before. And your intuition is you're probably not going to get it this time. Whether or not it turns into like,
Mhm. I'm gonna. I grab two of my guys,
you
and
want
I
one of
just
them to be
pointed at each of them.
Mosin.
No,
No, okay.
he's staying with me,
Yeah.
and I'll just be like, "Get to our right flank. Get to our left flank. Tell them to close this line. We're moving."
So you're going to go ahead, even though the rest of the troopers, are a little bit behind. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I want to get to the very front where the Pharaoh's going to end up because it's getting sour.
Make a fighting roll for this. We're going to call this general fighting because
And I want two of my guys just to communicate with the other squads around us
mm-hmm.
to close our part, and then they'll link up with us as we go.
Mm-hmm.
Fighting. Okay, fighting. Oh, fighting is incredible. It's a 93.
Are you
So,
serious?
ooh, red. Yeah, I
Yeah,
hit the red.
93. I don't even have to look at the chart to know
I
that it's
tell
a.
you, every other game,
I
these high
know.
rolls are bad, but
We
this
have
one
to.
is good.
I know, right? Yes, that's the nice thing about this one. So 93, very good. That's clearly in the red on the universal table. And so you're able to do this, and you send those two fellas forward, and they're not
Yeah,
just
they're my
anybody.
fastest guys. They'll
Yeah,
get back.
they're guys that you point out and you pick out. And you send them forward, and they do exactly and precisely what you want them to do, which is to say, you trust them to make the right decision. You don't micromanage them. And they take out a man here. They set fire to a hut over there. They knock over a tent in this spot, and then the hidden warriors that were in it, they just come out and they cut them down immediately, and almost with no hesitation, with zero hesitation. And you're indeed able to move forward as you go until you reach a spot where you and your squad are suddenly hit by a tremendous amount of arrows. And again, for you, this is something you're in the know about fighting techniques and strategy and battles, perhaps. But for them, it's a little bit of a new experience getting hit with arrows. And the
Mm,
men are just like, they're trying to duck for cover, get out of the way. And somewhere out there between the wall of Megiddo, down the hill, and then whatever huts and sand structures and mud and wooden shanties that you see around you in the hot desert, somewhere out there, someone, probably several someones, are shooting at you.
mm,
So you've maybe been too successful. You've gotten probably a little bit too deep into the
true.
city or into the areas around the city, I should say.
Mm. We'll take cover behind a building if we can make that angle between who's shooting and where we are,
How
and
do you want to?
buckle,
Mhm.
mhm, just buckle up against the wall in that immediate moment that we're trying to take cover.
Um, Make an agility roll. I'm going to call this an agility roll in general. We'll call it, let's make it an escape. No, a dodging roll. So that is agility. So go ahead and tell me what your agility rank is.
It is incredible.
Hmm? Any column shifts for any abilities at all? Or
Let's
powers?
see. Just military, but it doesn't really affect. Let's see. Did I not take another? Oops. I didn't take my third power. That was a mistake.
Uh-oh.
Uh,
This is where we cut to like technical problems. There's that, right,
or
the test
yeah,
pattern while like James
that's
goes
good.
and preps
Oh
repreps his
crap.
character.
All right. Well, it wouldn't have helped me anyway in this
Okay.
point. That's all right.
Give me an
But I
agility
am
roll.
agility is incredible.
Got it.
Wow, an 87. What's that do?
It's stunning, but all of your men manage to find a point where they are
Nice.
safely
Mm.
out of the line of fire. However,
I
you haven't.
immediately turn and like I don't know. Are these would these even be that? Would they put thatch on the roof? I don't even know what a building
Most
would
likely,
probably
yeah,
be
there'd be
like that.
thatch on the roof. There'd be
I kind of
textiles
hack at
woven.
the where the wall meets the roof, kind of to cave it in, like dangle some thatch down, and I point at the guy with the torch, and I have him light this thing up, and then we're gonna kind of back away from the wall, and I grab a bow from another of my men,
And
and
he's kind of like, he'll just give it to you.
I look to Mosin and I nod, and as I'm waiting for the flames to come up so we can like come back from it and like try and see above through the flames for a little cover
Hmm.
and try and start finding shots on whoever's coming after us.
Here is the irony of doing this, okay? So, of course, you can go ahead and light that fire, and you create a tremendous amount of smoke, tremendous amount of cover for you and your men, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple dangers here. First one I'm going to say is fires spread very quickly,
Hmm.
okay? So, just
Yeah, are we?
this is
Is it
something you would
fairly dense
intuitively
area?
know. I'm going to say, yeah,
Okay.
it is. This is something you'd intuitively know. So it's not like I'm trying to retcon this and say, do you do that? Like, just this is a teachable moment, I think, as a game
I'll
master
get a
for
little
those of
more
you watching.
creative then,
Yeah.
perhaps,
Okay.
and look for like an animal watering trough, something, you know,
Love it. Looking
rectangular.
around, yeah, you find a trough across this
And I
path
just start
street.
barking and pointing like, put it over here, get this here. And I start hacking the thatch off from the top of the wall, get it in the trough. Because I want to load this thing up and try and make this smoke screen without endangering us. Um, so that really the only thing that's burning is contained in this thing.
Right.
But it might be enough to fan some, depending on the wind or whatever, fan
Make
some
a
smoke for us to see what's going
so
on.
this is going to represent all of your men doing this and carrying out this action. So go ahead and make a reason.
No, That's
What's
poor.
I know, right?
61 on the poor scale.
Nice.
Yeah, that's all
That
right.
is in the green. So
Works.
your men stop for a moment. They look at it.
Yeah.
They have like an argument amongst themselves, and they're like talking. They squat down. They start drawing things in the sand and like making like little cartoon like bits of curly smoke going up into the air. And one of them X's that out. And after a great debate, they manage to create a fire by floating wood and suspending it across the trough, keeping it safely distance away, and the fire starts to go up, and it does indeed start burning. And kind
And
of one of the
because I trust my men, I turned to Mosin while they were doing this. I'm like, I don't know if this is a great idea, but we're doing it now.
that's right. Well, we may be retconning true history, but I want everyone at home to know we're in dimension 275, which is an alternate Earth. So if history here is changed and altered, you have nobody to blame except, oops, this guy over here.
I'm
Um,
over here.
the fire rises, the flames lick the sky, and they do get dangerously close to the thatched roofs, but your men have managed to get them kind of there in the center of the street, and also at an angle that would maybe hide all of you. And indeed, you start to get a nice veil of smoke between
Mm.
you and you don't know exactly where those things are coming from, but you know they're coming from that general direction. So as far as you know, you're safe for the moment, but you're a bit pinned down.
All right. Yeah, we try and draw back from the fire, Mosin and myself. And I call to Aten and I say, "You're our eyes. We're shooting to them right now. And we're going to
Mm-hmm.
start firing some arrows in that general direction. And hopefully he will take my direction as meaning like he's going to get a concealed but better vantage point to guide us."
Yeah, and you would have worked together with these men and helped train them, and you would have developed a bit of a rapport. So you would have a shorthand way of communicating, and so he is able to do so. I won't even sort of I won't even have you roll on that.
Okay.
But you still have a bit of a problem here because you don't know quite where those arrows are coming from.
Okay. Yeah, once it's kind of feels like it's not happening, I grab the guy whose bow I took and I thrust it back at him.
Hmm?
I just pull both my swords out
Right?
and I just run straight for where these arrows are coming from.
Okay.
And
Um,
they know when I'm doing this kind of thing, they're like, I can't follow him yet. And he's okay with that
he's just
because,
gonna do his thing. He's gotta.
yeah, they know they need to exploit whatever situation comes out of what I'm doing.
Right. And they've sort of learned not to question the boss when it comes to this, because he's gotten you've gotten them through so
Yeah, because
far.
they know that this kind of it's like I wouldn't be doing that, but
So
it
they all
works.
you kind of ignore it, and you've learned to ignore it at this point. But they all kind of get that look in their eyes as they exchange glances, and you
Mm,
know they're thinking, well, Koth is doing his thing again, and they shrug. And there's admiration, but there's also a little bit of maybe
mm.
fear. It's like they wish
Yeah,
they could be like you, but they're like, someday
and they
this
know
guy's.
the only thing they can do is to get ready.
So go ahead and make. Well, I'll ask you. Do you want to make it an intuition? Well, make.
I don't know. Would psyche just be like total will?
Well, there is dodging and there's
Okay.
evading. Dodging is agility. Evading is fighting. Now, which one? Which one's higher? We'll just go with the more.
They're equal.
Oh, okay. So go ahead and make.
I might prefer fighting if
Okay.
it's things I can like parry and just kind of
Yeah. Go ahead and make your fighting roll then. What is that? Incredible.
incredible as a 55.
Now, was that the one related to military where we get the column shift up?
It can be. That's military is all feat rolls.
Yes, we'll call it that. So we're going to make it amazing instead of incredible. It was a 55?
Yes.
That is in the green. And so you're able to go out there and you get a few arrows that are shot at you and they glance off your armor, one or two of them. There's another one that you're able to clearly
Mhm.
sort of like bat out of the way using maybe your axe or your sickle, or maybe some combination thereof. And then you make a dive for a corner of another thatched building, where you're able to sort of get down. But now I'm going to say that just in the evasion and all of that, you still haven't quite determined where those arrows are coming from. But I will
All right.
tell you, it's more than one bowman, more
Mhm.
than one archer, because they were coming with more frequency than you would expect from one
I
archer.
call back to my squad, like asking for a position. Like, did you get anything?
Make which what would you say this is? I have an idea, but I'm tired of telling you. Why don't you tell me? What sort of a role? What do you think this would be represented by on within the phase rip
I'm
abilities?
not sure. I'm not really clear on psyche. I think.
Psyche is usually something I think of psyche as mental endurance, and it's
Mm.
usually used for making rolls like to resist poisons or
Oh, I
perhaps
see.
resist like or like magical. Um,
It's kind of observational, so I'd probably put it under reason, but I'm not sure.
I'm gonna call it more like intuition, to be honest. I really think reason is just sort of the example that they use in the Marvel rulebook. Reason tells you that it's raining, but intuition or maybe wisdom kind of tells you to go inside.
Mm.
So you and your men know that you're being fired at, and you know you need to find out where they are. But in order to do so, you need to use your intuition to sort of like guess and figure that out. So why don't you make an intuition roll? What is your rank for that?
Incredible,
Incredible.
but the rolling ain't great. It's a 22, which ain't gonna
22.
do.
Your men are not, they are pinned down themselves, and maybe
All right.
even at this point, that smoke is kind of billowing up. So you're going to have to get even closer, or you're going to have to ask them, order them to get a little bit closer in order to figure
Mhm.
out where you are, where the archers are.
I know. I know how in the thick of it I am, and it's my choice, and I'm not putting them in it.
Hmm?
But I am gonna give them a little shit to where it's like, this time you look when I'm doing this, and I jump up and start for. I just try and draw the fire. I just want to like go a beeline through some open area to some more cover.
Okay, you're drawing their fire. Is this so that your men can move into positions and figure out, or is this so that
They
they can just
can
spot?
do well spot and fire, or yeah, if I have two people who are looking to be archers, and two others can certainly move into position.
Okay, so we'll have your squad working together to triangulate where that, or to figure out where these archers are. And then so I'm going to have you make two rolls. One is to evade or dodge the archers because you're just going out there drawing their fire. And the other one is for your squad to locate the archers. So which one do you want to do first?
I will dodge.
Go ahead. Dodge is agility. Evading is fighting, by the way.
Okay. It is incredible as a 72, so that's a yeller. Is it? Yeah.
Nice. You're able to do so, and maybe even you call out some taunts to the archer or archers in whatever language you
Your
wish.
mother was a hamster.
That's right. And your father smelled of
Smelts of
elderberries?
elderberries.
That's right. So
In
you're
the
able to
parlance
dodge
of
and
the
you.
time
Right.
of 1500 BC. Okay.
Bleh. So you're able to slam into a thatched hut. And when I say slam into it, I mean you hit it really hard, you break a lot of the wood, and you roll inside, and you realize, oh my goodness, you're like in a hut, and then you have to
It's my house
sort of
now.
peek back out. And there are some rather startled looking and frightened looking family in there that they don't look like warriors at all, but you just sort of give them a nod,
Yeah.
roll out. Now, make your roll for the rest of your squad to see if they could locate. Let's call it
This
again,
was
intuition.
intuition. It's an incredible
Yep.
51. That's a green.
They bark it out to you.
Okay.
And as you, that it's a tower, but you kind of frown for a moment because you're looking out and you're like, tower? What are you talking about? If it were a tower, it would be looming over this entire place. And you
Mm,
realize it's more like a watchtower sort of thing. And it's very badly put together. Um, and it looks like it's got a mud base, a sand base, with wooden supports. And it's just barely above the other structures in the area. And there are some slits on the top. And
mm.
indeed, you can kind of see as one archer and then maybe a second archer, you see a minimum of two that fire, and they fire at your men from out of there. And now the interesting thing about this tower, watchtower, is that there is a reddish, rust colored smoke that's rising from the top of it.
Is this some kind of signal fire
You would
that I
have
would
to
be aware
make
of?
an intuition roll, or we could even call it a
Oh.
fighting roll if you want to call it like strategy, but I think it'd be more like. But it
I
just
will
looks
draw
like.
upon my military
Hmm?
knowledge of, I guess, of fighting.
Yeah, we'll
No,
call it
either
that.
way, it's fine. Okay, a 60 incredible with
Yeah,
a column shift. That is fine.
that's yellow, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. No, it's, sorry, I'm having trouble cross referencing, but yes, yellow.
Okay. It's not military. And I'll tell you this. It reminds you more of the sort of smoke you'd see in a religious ceremony.
What? How large is this tower?
It's, like I said, it's not much taller than the structures around it. And I'll say that the tallest structures around are maybe 3 stories.
And how wide? Is it like,
Um, it's not it's one of the larger structures around here.
um, does it appear that there is an entrance on the base of it?
Moving and angling through the streets a bit because now that you know where it is, you can kind of like, all right, I'm going to take the long way around.
Mm.
Yes, there's a wooden door and there's a street, a dusty street with some arrows stuck into the ground and a few dead troopers,
Mm.
Canaanites and Egyptians,
How
with
big are
arrows
the
in them.
arrow slits?
Um, in the parlance of our times, maybe 9 inches across and
Mm.
3 feet in height.
Yeah. Mosin could put something through it, but anyone else would just be kind of a covering, suppressive kind of a thing. All right. I need to, I don't know, get get my guys up here somehow.
Well, when you say get him up, at this point, I would I would say that you can get him to you. Now, the thing you would have difficulty doing is, and I'll allow you to like have them back up a bit, take the long way around, come back. It's going to take them a few minutes, but they'll do it.
Mm.
But the real trouble is going to be getting to that tower if you want to get to it. So if you want, I can just snap my fingers. They'll take the long way around and they'll be there in a couple minutes. But don't forget, you're the western flank. That is probably something I should have reminded you of. And right now, you've been really good about cutting up there. But when you start to draw back, when you start to go on slightly alternate routes, I'm going to think about that in my head. I'm not saying I'll
Well,
necessarily do anything.
I guess I don't know. I guess I would say we're kind of out of position, not doing what we should.
You're a little bit further ahead than the rest of the group, and you can kind of, as you listen, you can kind of hear off that they are starting to catch up, but you are ahead. And as a military strategist, I would also comment and say you recognize that rushing ahead any further is just going to make it more difficult. So
Mhm.
why not stick around and try and take care of this one thing and wait for the other guys to catch up? Because you're going to have to get through this anyway. It might be one way of looking at it,
Right.
but you don't have to do that if you don't want to. You could wait for the rest of the troops.
No, I'd like. Hopefully, they have an eyeball on the tower, um, and I want to do what I'd set out to do and try and handle this on my own here.
So you're going to sneak up. You're going to have the troopers come around, or you're going to have them stay, but you're going to sneak up on the tower.
I'm going to sneak up on the tower. They're going to stay, but then they will know that this has become our focus. They know that's where things are coming from by now.
Yeah, and you.
And
Mm-hmm.
Mosin definitely knows that he's going to need to, if he can take anybody out that's poking through those holes, and everyone else is going to try and support that.
Is he going to stay kind of as your right hand man and make the decisions there, or is he going to be with you?
Yeah, he kind of takes de facto command when I'm
Got it.
away from the directly from the squad.
Hmm. All right, so in that particular case, you're able to sort of intuitively relay this to them. Just shouts and maybe some hand signals and things like that. Um, but this is a little bit different than what you're used to. You're usually used to these traditional battles where like you're just drawn into like a phalanx or like a shape or whatever, you march forward. This is like house to house, building to building fighting, and this is of course this is not the first incidence of this in history, but it's one of the first like incidences of this in like tactical maybe history.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're kind of feeling things out and using your intuition as you go. So you're going to try and make it for this tower. Um, the best way to probably do it is to head down. Kind of again, thinking about the approach to Megiddo, you've got like two roundabout ways, and then you have straight down the middle street. And the one that everybody's expecting are the two roundabout ways, because only a nutball, only a crazy man would go straight down the street. So you want to go on the outside, like in a pincer, or do you want to go, or I should say, on a in a
That's not necessary, but I feel as though I need some cover. Anyway, I'll put one of my blades at my side and carry the other one, and I hoist the shield off my back.
hmm?
And I'm just gonna, whatever building I'm nearest, I'm just gonna kick the door in,
Yep.
and then I'm gonna pick it up,
Mm.
and I'll hold that, my shield and my sword in one arm, hoisting this door, and I'm gonna take 2 deep breaths
Yep.
and just start charging down this main thoroughfare.
Okay. So I'm going to say you're able to grab. Well, let's just say this. You're able to grab an average size door. If you want something bigger and more substantial, I'm going to make you roll for it.
This is good.
This is
I
good.
still need some speed.
All right. So you get that thing kind of tented over you or roofed on top of you, and then you start barreling forward, and you feel the blow of the very first arrow as it sinks into the thatching. And then you feel another one as it hits into the wooden shield. And then there's a third one that punctures through the thatched roofing and is just inches away from your eye. But you're kind of in that zone now where you're not even thinking and you're just like, I'm going to go. I'm going to
Mhm.
go. I'm going to go. Make, I'm going to call it, even though it's not quite this, It's not quite this. Make a blocking roll. A blocking roll is strength.
Okay. Oof.
Oof.
Remarkable
Remarkable.
15.
15. You get an arrow that sinks in through the thatched roof, and it does 15 points of damage to you. It hits you in the shoulder, and there's a terrible moment where it's just sunk into your shoulder, but you know your urge is to just yank the yank this jerry-rigged shield off of you, but you grit your teeth and you keep moving forward, and you can kind of smell the blood, and you see that arrow, and with each step the shield, this jerry-rigged shield is bouncing, and that point is just cutting into you, and you can kind of you're not sure if it's your imagination or not, but you think you hear bronze, the bronze tip as it scrapes bone as you continue to barrel forward. And I want you to make one more blocking roll just to see how you do.
Remarkable 53.
Another arrow hits, but this one, you kind of knew it was coming. You're not sure why, but there was just that feeling that you got, and you're able to angle so that your shield takes it. And there are splinters of wood as the edge of the shield shatters, and they splinter and they rain down on your forehead, and they stick there
Mm.
from the sweat and the grime and the dirt. And then finally, you toss yourself into that doorway. So is this what you're like? Did I interpret you right? You're gonna like throw yourself in through the door, or throw yourself in through a window or something?
Yeah, right at the last second, I'm going to toss this door. I've got, and actually, I'm going to toss my shield as well. And then I'm going to grab both blades out and just charge through this door.
So you shed them both, throwing them aside, and you pull out your blades, the axe and the sickle, and you charge forward. And you've done this before, so you know it's like an instant where you size that door up, and you know all kinds of different weak points on it. But I'm gonna column shift you for that because I know that you've done this before. Maybe too much. But I want you to make an intuition roll.
No, it's incredible, but
Yep.
it's still a 7.
You hit it the wrong way and you slam into the door.
Hmm.
You bounce backward and off. And you can feel that shredded shoulder, which is just aching. And so you do have time because you hear some shouting from above.
I let a roar of rage and I slash my weapons down across the door. I don't care that I'm not trying to damage it necessarily. Just
Hmm.
slice a big X through it and lead with my foot.
So let's call this a strength roll. So go ahead and make a slam roll. That is actually that's endurance. What's your endurance?
It's amazing.
Nice. Call it a slam. You're going to slam into the door.
78.
78. You and the rolls are fantastic tonight. Um, you barrel into that door, knock it down, and that thing just comes right off of its.
And I don't even miss a step. Like that kick that brought the door on, that's my first step in.
Mm-hmm. and you barrel through into a dusty, dark room. And you tumble forward because the room isn't quite what you'd been expecting.
Mother.
And now looking around, well, approaching the building, you had seen what appeared to be some sort of mud construction. Um, However, when you get inside, it's much more solid,
Hmm.
almost as if the mud had been just, I don't know, decor decorative.
Huh.
And as you tumble forward, that step that you take, there's actually a stair, four stairs that head down. And you're in a room of stone blocks. And the room is round. And there are several windows where shafts of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the dust, the motes of dust kind of floating in the air. There's a single spiral staircase made from stone that goes around the inside of the building
Hmm.
up to the next floor and probably a third floor and then maybe the roof, you assume, but you don't know. And now, the most curious thing, though, well, there are two more curious things. One is that there is another staircase beneath that spiral staircase that continues downward into darkness. Looking around the room, there's a mobile hanging with a sphere surrounded by four concentric rings, and it makes some jangling noises
Hmm.
as you enter and as the breeze hits it. And the only other light is the light coming from behind you, the open doorway that you've just bashed, slammed down.
Is the room is open, and then there are two staircases?
It's open, and so there's a spiral. We'll say this for simplicity's sake. As you look to the right, there's a spiral staircase heading up to the second floor. As you look to the left, there's a spiral staircase that heads downward, heading into a
Hmm.
basement, you presume. In the center of the room, there's a mobile that's kind of
Yeah,
hanging with these four
with
things.
shafts of light.
Now here's what I'm going to say. If you want to get more detail out of it, you're going to have to look around. I don't know if you want to take the time to look around, if you would just want to rush. I don't know what you're doing here. So I'm kind of simulating and slowing time down a
Right.
little bit. In a fraction of a second, you get this. Do you want to keep looking? Do you want to
It's that first step that I'm in the room and I catch all this, and my as much as everything here is like piquing my curiosity, um I'm really fixated on going upstairs because I know who what they're doing up there. Um and I'm gonna My second step is towards that staircase, and then as I'm moving in that direction, is there railing? Is it walled? Does it just go through the next roof and up, or what's
just
that
goes
ascent
through
look like?
through and up, and as you look up really quickly, what you see are the traditional, like you see the wooden boards, and you can kind of see that there are slats up there, and then there's like a primitive form of like insulation to keep like each
Mhm.
layer kind of warm. And then this stone staircase goes up, following the curve of the wall into a darkened second floor. And there's no light filtering down.
Okay. I just start moving and I go as fast as I can in that direction with one
Copy it.
quick glance towards the side glance towards the mobile, which just gives me a very haunted um like at the base of your neck where
Mm-hmm.
something kind of spreads up the back of your head. That kind of like spooky thing of past, future life.
Make a
Just
psyche
don't
roll.
even know. 30 remarkable. No.
Yeah, the only thing I can say about that is that basically you do have that memory of being trans so Koth is Koth. Doesn't remember anything about what happened in the museum earlier. But he does on the Venn diagram, this is speaking kind of game master to player out of character, right? Out of NPC. On the Venn diagram, both Koth and Edward have that vertigo sensation of having traveled and seen those four concentric rings. And that was where you lost yourself when you were watching the blacksmith earlier on, as he was
Hmm.
repairing and forging your sickle.
Yeah, and I certainly have no conscious or even unconscious idea of it, but it's kind of a specter of another time that just crawls through me. But I'm ripped back to my
Hmm?
purpose and I start ascending the stairs.
So as you fire yourself up the stairs, um, you just go up one, two, three steps at a time. Are you doing anything to defend? Like, are you keeping yourself hunched down? Are you like doing anything as you kind of jump? You're about to jump into the darkness of the second floor.
It's really hard with my size to get smaller.
Yeah.
Um, but I have my blades crossed in front of at least my face,
Hmm?
and I'm being ready to act.
Yeah. So as you push up into the darkness, you see nothing but black. And the only light in the room is coming from whatever limited amount of light there was beneath you, which is odd because in this time period, 1500 BC, out of character, there's no such thing as like a perfect vacuum or a perfect vacuum of darkness.
Mm.
You know, like every structure has something, unless it's so well constructed or it's been purposely constructed to keep out the light. And you take a single step forward, but with that step, you see your boot, or I should say, your sandal, become darker because now you're moving into the shadows.
Mm.
And if you take another step, you're going to be submerged in darkness. You're waiting for those eyes to adjust. Blink a few times. But it's so quiet up here.
Yeah, I'm strangely at a loss because what is normally on the battlefield so clear, um, suddenly being in a pitch black island of calm is very disconcerting. Um, I pair my weapons into one hand and just reach into the darkness to see if there's a wall or a door. Of
Clang on the right, of course, there's the stone that you would expect. But then as you move away from it, and you can feel the blades, your axe and your sickle, as they vibrate in your hands, and you can hear that resonating ring like a bell as you move them into the darkness. And you take another step forward. Is that fair to say, or
I'm trying to hug the wall, like as the if the spiral staircase will continue up. Um, yeah, to just make that assumption.
at this point there's no spiral staircase. You're hugging the wall. You've taken several steps forward. It's darkness. But I'd say you've only gone 3 or 4 feet,
Mhm. I continue around is the only orientation I could possibly have
and you've
at the
got your
moment.
hands out like this.
I
And
have both weapons in one hand,
okay,
and the other hand is free,
got it,
and I'm trying to feel in front of me and follow the wall and
got
see
it.
if I'm going to come to a door or something.
Okay. As you continue forward, what I want you to do is make an intuition roll.
An incredible 63.
Nice.
Yeah, that'll
Uh,
work.
so firmly in the green, maybe even in the yellow, but close enough.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah. So as you step forward, you stop before you take your next step because you realize if you take that step, your eyes are adjusting now, and you think that you see below you. Step, and then you carefully put your hand out, lean forward, and sure enough, there is another step in a stairwell. But ahead of you, or I should say, ahead and up above, you look into the darkness, and you're just barely able to see. There is a door, a trap door. When I say trap, it's not a secret door, but I just mean to
Like a
say that
hatch.
it's a door, a hatch.
Okay.
And it's up there. And now, but peering into the darkness of the rest of the second floor, you can't see. It's just pitch black.
Hmm. I don't have time for all this uh, black magic or whatever is going on with these rebels. Like we know our purpose, and this tower is a threat to the pharaoh leading this charge. So I flip my weapons upside down so their hilts are up, and having a good understanding of the stairs before me, I'm going to move quickly up them, and when I get to the hatch, I'm I would know enough that it is most likely something that is locked.
Yeah.
Um, but I will just bury into my strength
Yep.
and rise up through it with my hilts to just smash upwards through this hatch and rise as a killing whirlwind of blades.
I like it. So, are we going to call this a slam, being endurance? Or would you want to use your
Mhm.
strength? We can go either way. I'll let you use
Uh,
whatever your higher score is.
yeah, endurance. It's amazing. I'll
Okay. Let's
do
go
load
with
that
that
up.
then. Go ahead and make your roll.
88.
Oh my gosh, you were just making the rolls tonight.
Bam.
You start barreling up, your legs moving like greased pistons as they pump one stair at a time, and then you're taking two or three at a time, and then you ready yourself and you steal, and you use that pain in your shoulder from that arrow. You use that and you punch your way through, and that door just explodes upward. And when it does, you're hit by a wall of heat.
Mhm.
Heat like from a fire, or maybe even from a forge. And you stumble upward. Actually, I shouldn't say stumble. You barrel upward with the full force of your six something feet behind you, and those legs that propel you, they vault you forward into the room. And what you see is a forge of some sort. And made out of, it's composed of stone in a
Mhm.
circle that spirals upward in the center of the room. And in it is a burning hot fire, tons of coal, red, yellow, and white hot, that are being tended by two figures that turn their eyes on you. Well, I say eyes, but there are no eyes because
What?
they're completely covered and garbed in red.
Hmm.
with some sort of pattern of concentric rings that moves up their bodies. And they're each holding these steel prongs. One of them, the other one's holding tongs. And they're working something in the fire. And what you realize is that you're looking at, in a pot, some sort of smelted steel, iron, bronze. Your mind can't quite connect it. You first think bronze.
Mm.
And with this, we're going to go and take a short 10-minute break. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to run a countdown. And if you want to know what happens, please come back with us in 10 minutes. And we'll continue with the second half of the Eternal Trooper. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Eternal Trooper, the warrior with the soul of iron. When last we left our trooper, he had just entered the second floor of a building that he and his Egyptian warrior compatriots had been storming. So his compatriots are all outside the building right now, and they are trying to locate the source of a sniper or two or three that have been sniping at them from a tower. But the Eternal Trooper, otherwise known as Koth in his human incarnation, has just entered into the second floor where he's found what appears to be an enormous forge, a coal fire, where two figures cloaked and garbed in red, concentrically, mm, kind of oddly patterned clothing, have just turned, one of them holding a large set of tongs, and they're pulling something out of the fire. The other one who is stirring the coals with a metal pole. So at this point, all three of you are just looking at each other, and the room is filled with this tremendous heat. And the only thing in this room is that fire, those two men, and a staircase that goes up to the roof, presumably, which is, or the third floor, which is presumably where those archers are firing at your men. So it's up to you now to decide what you'd like to do. They haven't made a move yet.
This
They are,
seems very strange that these gentlemen are operating an enormous forge on the second floor of this building. I am often in a forge because of my weaponry needing being fixed or getting new stuff, and my partnership or friendship with the blacksmith I trust.
yeah.
Is this heat feel as though it's normal to a any forge?
Well, as you've gathered, yeah, it is very strange. And I just want to say um, I explained it wrong. We're on the third floor, correct? Because you
Okay.
busted in on the first floor, then you went up to the second floor, which is complete
It was
darkness.
dark, then I
And
went up.
then on the
Okay,
second
third
floor,
floor.
you busted through to the third floor, which is the door that you had to open up. So I'm sorry, I explained that a little bit wrong.
That
So
was
you,
I didn't consider that after that 10 minutes went out of my mind.
right.
So,
I,
on this third floor,
yeah.
does it seem the heat from this forge out of the ordinary towards any forge I'd been in?
It's extremely hot. And the thing is, you don't put something like this in such an enclosed space. Not with the power that you're looking at. You've seen smaller ones, like and you've seen ovens where you bake clay to make pottery or to make ceramics or things like that. But this is the sort of thing that weaponry and breastplates and armor and things like that are forged in. And so this is very unusual. The thing takes up so much space. And it's
Mhm.
kind of like you're in another circular room, and it looks like you could kind of go around this thing. And there are only these two men, or I should say these two figures, that are now looking at you. No expressions because indeed they're garbed in red.
I know what my mission is. These guys are not a part of it. Um, I just level one blade towards them as I'm still moving up this towards slash up this staircase. You know, I will deal with you later.
And so
And
you're going
I'm
to just
hustling up towards the stairs.
you march past them and just go forward. Um,
Yes.
Roll for initiative. Because the moment you start moving toward them, or I should say moving past them and toward that stairwell, They clearly don't look very happy about this.
How
At
do you
least,
do that?
oh, so for initiative, ladies and gentlemen, basically you roll on the D10, and the way that Marvel Superheroes Phase Rip works is obviously the highest goes first. We're playing a solo game tonight, so that means that the bad guys are going to roll and the good guys are going to roll. And typically, what happens is it works a little bit like the cipher system. And if you're familiar with the cipher system, you kind of roll collectively. So if you have five good guys and five adversaries, then the five good guys just take their highest roll and they compare that to the highest roll of the bad guys. And then whoever scores higher gets to go first collectively as a group. And you can kind of decide what order you want to go in. So I'm going to roll once for the bad guys, even though there are two, or the adversaries, I should say. And James, if you can roll in the D10 and tell me what you get.
6.
You got higher than them because they got
Okay.
a 5. So at this point, what you basically sense is that they are ready to attack you.
Hmm.
And they are about to turn and they're not happy about this and they start to sort of edge. But you are faster and you have been, as far as you know, you've been through far more combat than most people. And so you've got the drop on them if you want to go ahead and make a move.
Yeah, the nearest guy. Um, I want to. Is this forge like open? Like there's just an enormous fire in the middle of this large circular thing? Okay.
It's circular. The forge, it's concentric. Let's just say that. Like looking around, and I like the way that you've asked this question. I'm going to give this to you. You feel like you're in that concentric ring, that series of concentric rings again.
Hmm.
There is the wall around you. There's the wall of the forge, which is on the ground. And then even within that, it looks like there are more. It might be your imagination, but it's almost like the coals are arranged, and there's a red hot center. All of this.
All right. Yeah, that clicks as being like really some spooky shit going on. And like right in my head, it just clicks cultists. Um, and that we have often just been sent to destroy any cultist. This is in my being as being a warrior of the Pharaoh. So,
Hmm?
these guys are just bugs and beneath me. So this first one, I'm just gonna run like rush forward
Yeah.
and just with both of my hands, the
Yep.
backs and the hilts of both blades,
Yep.
I'm gonna thrust him in the chest and try to push him into the fire.
Okay. Go ahead and make an edged weapons attack, which is a fighting roll.
Okay. That's a 50 incredible, and I get a column
Column
shift.
shift. Ooh, very nice. So you're in the green, almost in the yellow. So you're able to hit him and you are able to slash at him. So he does take a step forward, and I'm going to say that you do damage to him. Um, However, you knock him kind of off of his feet. You said that you column shifted to amazing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is your what's the number for your rank in that? Is it somewhere
For
between,
fighting,
yeah,
36.
36. Okay. So you do 36 damage. So the way that the Marvel superhero system works, for the most part, whenever someone does damage, they do damage that's equal to whatever their rank is, whatever the number is for their rank. So I know that seems a little bit simple and odd, but it's part of the fun of the system. It's very simple, it's very comic booky. So you do 36 points of damage to him. That also means that a lot of characters have like very high hit points, but on the other hand, they do great amounts of damage.
Does the column shift apply to damage as well?
You know what? Why don't we do it? Go ahead. What's your
Okay.
damage? And if we add the column shift, let's say it goes up to 46.
Okay.
right? Because it went to amazing, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I
we'll
have.
call it
Yeah, okay.
46. And so you knock him back on his feet, but now you don't quite get him pushed into the fire. Okay, so not at this point. He's able to swing his sword, or I should say, he's able to swing that iron rod up.
Mm,
And as he does so, you can kind of see arcs of sparks and embers in a long trail behind as he meets your blades. Um, Now, it's their turn. So at this point, he's actually going to try and push right back against you. So he's going to make a, I'll call it, it's not exactly a, I'm going to call it a grappling roll, which is a strength roll.
okay.
Um, so I'm going to make a roll, and his, ooh, he rolls a 90.
Whoa, hello.
And he is able to easily grapple with you. And so a 90 puts you in the yellow, or puts him in the yellow, and that means he's actually able to just sort of hold his own
Okay.
at this point as far as a grapple goes. He's not able to push you back. He's not able, you don't push him back, but you two hold 50-50, one against the other. However, there is one other fellow, and that is the fellow that has the tongs. And immediately he comes at you, he clips them together, and he raises them in the air and he begins to swing them around, and he swings them around in your direction. And he is essentially just making a blunt attack, for which he rolls a 69, which is in the green, and he is able to do 27 points of damage.
Okay.
And as he swings that thing around, you can see again those embers circling through the air like motes, but they're glowing red hot. And
Hmm.
as it hits you, it knocks you to the side, but you still hold against that first initial red garbed being. It's
Are we in fairly tight quarters?
it's pretty tight in here. I mean, because if you
Uh,
move, like, because I had imagined it as being probably about 6 feet of space, a 6 foot ring that goes all the way around this circular room, and then the rest of it is just this hot,
yeah.
this singular glowing mound
Mm.
in the center.
Yeah, I'm pushing on this guy with both hands. I'm gonna be simultaneously bring one weapon back and angle and like drag the guy so he's between us and the
Mm-hmm.
new guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just want to chop down at his legs.
Okay. Go
So put him
ahead.
between us and just chop at his legs.
Right. So put him. Wait a minute. Who are you
Like
putting?
there's me and the guy,
Yeah.
and then there's another guy who came and attacked me.
Right.
So I want to angle this guy so his
Got it.
body is between the new guy and me
Got
and
it.
just chop at the old guy's legs.
Okay. Let's call this let's call this grabbing. Okay, because you're essentially grabbing this guy, and then you're going to try and sort of judo him into position, or
Mhm.
aikido him into position. So that is a strength roll.
Okay.
Go ahead and make a strength roll.
37 of remarkable. 37.
Oh, just barely.
I'm going to use some karma and push that up to 41.
You don't need to. 37 hits on remarkable.
What?
You're on
Man,
remarkable, correct?
oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
I am, ooh,
That
I'm
is
like kind of cockeyed trying
That
to
is
look at
the
this table.
second. I know, right? That is so 36 would have hit. That was the bare
Great.
minimum to hit. You had a 37. So you are
Got it.
able to angle him in the right way, and you do smack him at the same time. So how many points? Remarkable is
26.
26. Okay. 26 points of damage. Um, with that, as soon as you hit him, you do 26 points of damage. Um, and the sense you get is that you've just angered him.
Hmm.
And
Isn't he cheeky?
as you hit him, you can kind of see that something, whatever he's wearing, this mask or whatever it is, because he's completely garbed from head to toe in red. Say it's almost like red velvet. It is just like knocked sideways. And now I will say that the second person, well, okay, you've done your move. He's going to try, and he's going to try to actually grapple you back and then shove you into a wall. So
Hmm.
let me make a roll and shove you back. He totally is unable to do so, and you manage to hold your own. He rolled an 18, which puts him way in the white. And he tries to, but you just the fact that you have those two weapons, those two edged weapons, is just too much for him, and he's not quite used to fighting others with two weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And now the second person, the second being, wants to get a move in, and so he tries to edge around and he brings around those tongs one more time. But he's at a bit of a disadvantage, so I'm going to call him shift him down for this one. But he does manage to hit.
Oh,
But he's column shifted, which means that instead of 27 damage, we're going to take it down to 17.
okay.
Um, so back up to the top of the round. It's you one more time.
All right. Since I'm still kind of grappled with this guy, I'm just gonna draw back my other blade and just try and stab this guy straight in the stomach.
Oh, I like this very, very much. Um, Now, when you say grab this guy, you mean or stab this guy? You're talking about
Yeah,
the guy with the tongs or the guy that you're grappling?
the guy I'm grabbing because
Okay,
it's
you're gonna.
he's between me and the
Yep,
guy with the tongs.
yep.
So this is my immediate dude.
Go ahead and make an edged attack roll, which is fighting.
Okay, this is a 32 incredible, and I'm column shifted.
Yep, 32, incredible. Oh, let me double check here. That is green. So you're
Green.
able to send that thing into his belly. And here's the thing: when you puncture, and this does him in.
Hmm.
When you puncture, you're able to shove that thing straight through him. And when you do this, you see where his eyes are begin to glow, and then where his mouth is begin to glow
What?
red hot. And then that glow gets larger, and the red velvety mask that he's wearing catches fire, and immediately it's consumed quickly in flames that send twisted, ashy remains of this cloth floating up into the air.
Mm.
And behind it, you see a metallic oil slick of a face. And this is like looking at oils when you see them on water that reflect back to you. And I want you to make a psyche roll because there's something almost bottomless about what you're looking
Mm.
into in the face of this dying, what you presume to be a dying creature.
Ooh, 24 remarkable.
24 and
That ain't
remarkable.
gonna do it.
You feel momentarily overcome as you stare deeply into what at first you see. as a being made from iron
Hmm.
with coal black skin, glowing red eyes, and a mouth, a maw that opens up like those tongs. And deep down inside it, what you see is the glowing embers, glowing coals that are burning inside. And then as you see this creature collapse backward, its chest ignites. And you realize that not unlike the forge or the oven that you're looking at now, so too does this creature have its own heart, its own forge of coal as it falls backward, and the flames consume the red cloth garb that it wears. And the thing catches fire,
Hmm.
and this fire releases smoke and flame that almost acts as a shield between you and the other red garbed figure,
Hmm.
which at this point has swung its tongs around one more time. But as it does so, the same thing that happened to this other creature happens to this second creature. Its eyes ignite, its mouth ignites, its chest ignites, and all of the red cloth goes up in smoke, ash, and flame. And that set of tongs that it was using, it casts aside, and both of its arms become like claws. Well, become like blades. Red hot blades
Oh no.
of molten iron as they close at you.
Oof.
However, it is so close to you, and that other creature was between you, and you so cleverly put it there. It's unable to get at you, and it ends up actually shearing off the head of that other
Damn.
creature, which decapitates it. The head goes flying, spewing molten magma
Oh damn.
all across the room. And so I'd like you to make an agility roll. Make a dodging roll.
So 64 incredible.
64 and incredible, which is in the yellow, and yellow means a -4 column shift, but you're still in the green.
Okay.
So you're able to dodge out of the way, and what you see
Whew.
are red hot molten droplets of something that splash onto the stone around you and sizzle whatever dust, remnants of ash or wood that are there on the floor. And now it's just you and this other creature that are left.
Normally, after a kill, I would be compelled, and it would be almost reflexive for me to let loose a battle cry. But I
Mm-hmm.
am uh, what I'm very. I have a lot of turmoil happening because it was like at first it's disgust. These are just cultists, like, and then everything has flipped,
Mm-hmm.
and
Absolutely.
there's still a strange allure in
Yep.
being drawn towards this iron,
Yeah.
and but fearsome beasts that even spark a bit of fear even within me. So um, I reel back a bit and just reflexively just try and lash out with a clumsy swipe.
So go ahead and make a clumsy swipe roll, which we'll call fighting.
Oh, it's an 89 with my incredible fighting.
Nice. Nice. With an 89. You're in the you're at the last block of yellow, almost in the red. Um and so with that, that's actually a stun. And so you
Hmm.
manage to hit that creature. and as you hit that creature, you knock it back. Tell me what a stun looks like when you hit this thing.
Mhm. This clumsy swipe
Yeah.
at least is still well placed.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, it's with the flat of my front blade, um, and the other one sails around my head as I try and
Right.
whip through it, and it just socks it right on the side of the head,
Yep.
and yeah, forceful, and it's forceful enough to just like kind of jolt it to the side,
Yeah.
um, so that fierce, quick shifting causes that stun.
And so it takes several steps backward. And what you essentially see are the glowing hot coals of its red eyes, its mouth, and that chest. And there's just this reddish rust smoke that arises out of it. And it
Mm.
wobbles, stares at you, if you can say this thing is staring, and then just collapses backward against the wall, the stone wall of this forge, oven, pit of coal, whatever you want to call it. And now things become quiet once more, except for that resonating sound of steel and stone vibrating that gradually quiets. And then all you hear are
Yeah,
the sounds of those burning coals.
I just look on at these creatures that are defeated before me, and I let out just a deep scream, um, of confusion and rage that will certainly be audible outside of this uh, building. And I just jerk myself to realize that, I know how confusing and strange this threat is, that there's a reason I was still here, and that duty is going to drive me further up the tower.
Make a psyche roll.
Ooh, a not very remarkable 14.
You collapse to the ground, shrieking.
Oof.
And I don't mean that you collapse weakly, but you're exhausted. And you look over at these two creatures, which you have never seen before in your life. And looking them over, you see two creatures that are humanoid, garbed in red that is now a flame. And you can see as the flame burns away at the red clothing that it seems to be wearing, that they seem to be wearing. Um, what you see are two metallic creatures with skin like an oil slick circulating through the spectrum, through a rainbow of colors. And you see momentarily a reflection of yourself. And it looks like you right now, but then it cycles and it doesn't look like you. But that reflection is staring back at you, and then it cycles again, and it's another you. But it's not really you, it's someone else staring back at you. And it cycles, and you hear the quiet snap and crackle of the forge, of the coals in the forge. And then you're
I,
reminded. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I want to try and raise myself at least to one knee and peer
You're able
closer
to
at
do
this
that.
face that's looking back at me.
Make another psyche roll.
Oof, an 8.
It's your own face reflected back at you. But
I should, yeah.
there's something about this creature. You're looking at its face. No flesh. It's metal of some kind. And the red hot burning coals of its eyes and of its mouth and of its chest are starting to cool, dim,
Hmm.
as you assume the life slowly draining from it.
Yeah, I shake my head after considering then that I must have been seeing things as strange as these creatures are. At least the my own shifting face must have been just my mind playing tricks. And I'll raise myself as as much as I can to my feet, and then my attention will be drawn towards the forge and try to see what they were doing.
So go ahead and make an intuition roll.
34 of incredible. Just the green.
Just
Just green.
green. So looking at it, here's what you notice. First of all, it's you notice all the things that I've described prior to this. It is a circular pit that has been not carved, it has been constructed here in this stone room, which is unlike what you saw on the outside. It appeared to be like this mud thatched kind of
Mm.
building. So this is very unexpected. Appears almost, to use a term that's out of character, it appears almost medieval. Um, Looking at the forge, you see those burning hot embers. There are there's the concentric ring of the outside of the room. There's the next concentric ring of the forge or the fires itself. Then there are two more rings, and in the center is a red hot, molten, glowing sphere. This glowing sphere, which you hadn't quite noticed before, is now reverberating over and over. And you can see as you look up at the ceiling, there's, well, just another ring, as if something would be dropped or poured down through it.
Mm.
And now that sphere is glowing, almost like a heartbeat.
As much as I am not one for cults and their beliefs and things, this is uh, awakening some of the like ideas of I don't know the powers that people will try and take on to give their fighting force an advantage in with the gods. Um, and as if this is some kind of artifact that we will need in order for victory with this current campaign we're on. And I'm kind of overcome with that, and I'm gonna grab those tongs, see
Pick,
if I can't reach towards it.
well, you can easily pick up the tongs. Now you're moving toward the forge, toward the fires. And now this thing, this glowing sphere, is probably about a foot and a half or so across. And it is so bright when you look at it, you just see white. Essentially off the chart when it comes to like the visibility spectrum for your eyes.
Yeah, I want to try and pick it up with these tongs.
So you reach out with them, and as you put your hands over the fire, it is burning hot,
Hmm.
just incredibly hot. And you hold on. I need you to make an endurance roll.
Oh, not an RPG without dropping some
I know,
dice.
right? Or honestly, it's not a streamed RPG without a cat. We haven't had
Right.
any appearances by a cat yet, so like it
Yeah.
doesn't feel like a real game. This
All
will be a
right.
complete failure if we don't get a cameo by a cat.
All right. Well, at least I wore my best cat dad shirt.
There you go.
So that's all we're gonna get from this place.
Yes.
All right. My endurance is amazing.
Amazing. Okay.
Oh, you're gonna like this.
Yeah.
I rolled a 90.
Nice. So you're able to extend yourself out over it, and you can actually see some of the hairs on your arm just go up, and you can smell what might even be. And the only way you would know this is from all of your military experience and the battles that you fought before. But you start to get that because your mind kind of overrides the pain as your nose gives you the telltale signs of burning hair and flesh.
Mm.
And you know that your arm is cooking as you reach out and use those tongs on this large object, this sphere. And as you tap it, you can feel there's a stickiness to the tongs. And you withdraw it because it's almost so hot, maybe it's too hot to pull out. And then you tap them with the tongs again. And you feel as if those tongs are going to sink into it as if it were liquid. Compress it. And as you do, something inside it shifts. Something that looks like a spider, a foot and
What?
a half or 2 feet across, filling it. You see its bulbous belly. And you see those arms moving along the inside, but surely that was just your imagination. It couldn't have been that.
Can't survive in such a heat. Is it sitting on there? Is it
It's
held
in
by something?
oh
It's sitting
the
in the fire.
it's sitting in the fire and it's like a
Mm.
dome. But when you sank those tongs into it, you moved the coals aside and you were able to kind of get like leverage the left side and then the upper right side, the lower left and the upper right and hold on to it. But when you touched it, it was like a soft, it's like touching liquid, like
Hmm.
water.
If I've got any grip at all on it, I'll try to drag it towards me.
You do have a grip on it and it's very, very sticky. And the feeling that you get is that when you try and stick it, it's gonna, like, you're gonna get the tongs stuck on it. So
Oh,
you feel like you can, but like extricating it is going to take, you know, it's like the feeling that you get is that it's so glowingly hot that if you put these things on it and you hold them on for too long, you're going to melt the tongs. But that could be your imagination. You're not a
right.
metalsmith. You're not a
Yeah.
forge. You don't really know.
Yeah, I'm pretty brute force. I want to get a grip on it
Mm.
and pull it towards me and get it out of there.
Make a make a grabbing roll. That is strength.
Ooh, that is a remarkable 97.
Okay, so just to let everybody know, um, Marvel Superheroes, the phase rip system, has all kinds of different roles. And I asked James to make, I should say, Koth, to make a grabbing roll. So with
Oh
grabbing, there are different
no.
classifications. So when it's white, that means it's a miss. When it's green, that means it's a take. When it's uh, yellow, it means it's a grab, which is just a successful grab. However, when it's red, doesn't necessarily always mean it's good. It is a break. So as you pull this thing forward, you do manage to get the tongs on it, but it's too tight. And you yank it out of the coals. And as you pull it out and backward towards yourself, you're suddenly struck by the feeling that what you're pulling out is not a solid object. it's a molten liquid, and it explodes. It
Oh,
ruptures, and the entire coal pit is enveloped and liquid. This quicksilverish kind of liquid begins to fall and displace the coals. But here's the irony: it doesn't put the coals out. They steam rises up out. What you've just done, incredibly, is to expose a spider. And it begins to crawl out and claw its way out of the molten liquid toward you, across the fire, throwing coal this way and that way, like an animal burrowing towards you. And now I need you to roll for initiative.
oof. A 4.
The spider is too quick for you, and it scrambles towards you. And it leaps from the ash. And you can see as it leaps, its 8 legs are glowing hot
Oh
as
no.
it jumps onto you. So make, well, okay, hold on a second. Hold on. It doesn't jump onto you, it jumps toward you. It leaps into the air, kicking coal and ash and red hot glowing embers behind it. And what you see is its red belly, its arms silhouetted, 8 arms silhouetted against the burning hot oven behind it, the forge behind it. As the silhouette of it descends on you, and it lands on you, and the moment its 8 legs and its belly hit you, the heat of it just sinks and burns into you. And it does 26 points, or I'm sorry, 27 points of damage. And I'm going to have to ask you at this point, what are you down to as far as hit points go?
58.
Okay. Just to let everybody know, Marvel superheroes, everybody has a lot of hit points. It's meant, again, but we do a lot of damage, so it's meant to be fast and quick and easy. So that thing is on top of you. Your turn now. And you can
Oh man.
click clattering little
Ah,
proboscis like right in your face. Not little, it's the size of your fist, I should say,
yeah. Well, I
relative
think I
to its
really just
size.
still have these tongs, and
You
they
would,
drive into me, and I just hold the tongs close to my body and
yep,
just try and grab it right around its, I don't know,
belly.
some kind of spider appendage thing.
That's right, the smallest part of its waist.
Yeah. I would really like to grapple it with the tongs
Yeah,
in order to push it away from me.
yeah. Go ahead and make a grappling roll. That's strength.
No. Remarkable 14 is unremarkable.
You, you have an unremarkable rank. I didn't know unremarkable or remarkable. 14. Yeah, that is the unremarkable of remarkable. You are unable to grapple it with that turn, and now it's the spider's turn. And now it's proboscis, the two, forget what the
Mandibles.
man. Thank you. On the front end of it are just like snapping at you, and I'm going to edged call this an edged attack. Um, as it snaps, it gets close to you, and here's the amazing thing: you smell its breath. You have never smelled the breath of a spider
Hmm.
before, but this thing is the size of a large baby, and it's twice as heavy probably. And
Man.
it's snapping at you, and you smelled the breath of dogs that have attacked you before, war dogs. Um, but this is unlike anything you've ever smelled before, and it's hideous. It's almost sickening. Um, and you can kind of feel those 8 other legs as they scramble across your body, furry, sticky, disgusting. It's your turn. You're up.
Um, I will punch it in its mandible face
Got it. Go ahead and
with a
make
meaty fist.
yeah, just make a blunt attack. Or actually, do we want to call this like a stun?
Um,
Let me call it that. You're just trying to.
yeah. Yeah, I want to disorient it so it'll drop off my body, hopefully, and I can try and get a weapon.
Yeah, sure.
Endurance.
Yeah.
Okay. Its number is 66 for
66 is a
amazing.
amazing, which is a no, unfortunately.
What? Oh,
You know what? Let's re-roll this. I'm not really sure the way that this
I
works.
don't understand. How does this work?
Yeah, I don't get it either. Let's call it a blunt attack. So with the 66, just for the sake of expediting this, 66, yes, you're able to kind of like you get it a flat punch straight to the mandibles, and that is actually able to with a 66. And what are you again?
Amazing.
Amazing. That puts you in the yellow, so it's a slam, which you're able to get it. So with a slam, I've forgotten what the actual rule is for this, but I'm going to say that if it does damage on the next turn, it's going to be half damage, just to expedite things. So it's coming at you again, and it's moving, it's pumping those legs, and it's going to try biting you one more time. So we'll call this an edged attack. It hits you, or I should say, it bites you. The bite is going to be 18 points of damage, which is halved. We'll call it 9.
Half, you said?
Yeah, 9. You're up.
Righty. Oh man. Um. Yeah, I don't. If I can get to a one of my blades and attack, I will this round. Um. Is it still like grappled on me?
It's on you, and you guys are kind of like
All right.
mano a mano at this point. And I want to add some description here just to let you know what's going on around you. So essentially, the room is quiet, right? All you hear are the crackling embers. However, that that ooze from the burst bubble, the burst sphere, is now starting to ooze out across the coals. And it's almost like this liquid. It's
Hmm.
moving out. And you've kind of noticed this at this point. It's not to the edge of the fire yet. Slowly but surely making its way.
Um. I'm gonna see if you'll allow this. I think I want to try to do a charge and actually charge a wall to smash this thing against the wall.
I'll let it. I'll allow that. And what you could maybe what we can say is you're. I kind of pictured you as being back, kind of against the ground. You could like try and turn yourself really quickly and
Mhm.
slam it against the wall.
Great.
Yeah. So we'll call it a. Is that a charge?
Okay. And that's an amazing
Yeah.
38,
38. That puts
which
you
is a
in the
green, which
green, which
makes
is a
a
hit.
hit. Okay.
Yes. So you're able to do so. What is so? If you're amazing, what's your rank in amazing? Oh, I'm sorry. What's your
46.
number? 46. Okay, so 46 points of damage on the spider. Okay, so you hit it hard, and it looks like it's taken a bit of a blow. But when you do that, it's got this kind of vibrating sort of reaction to it, as if it were made out of the same sort of material that you just punctured.
Hmm.
Um, so with that, the spider scrambles for you one more time, and it's going to make another biting attack for you. And that definitely does not hit. It's click clatter as it comes at you. It does not even come close to biting at you.
Uh, I guess I'm just. This thing is just. It's kind of hard to battle right now. I gotta grapple it and just try and pull it away from me. It's just
Yep.
not able to do much with that.
Okay, so strength. Go ahead and make your grapple roll.
73 on the remarkable.
Nice. 73 on a remarkable. Puts you in the yellow, which is a partial grapple. So you are able to essentially get it. However, with this, it will actually be able to make a move on this next turn. Now, once again, it comes at you with those two mandibles moving in really close, and you smell that breath again, and you see its eyes, which are really just eyes upon eyes upon eyes upon eyes, like a fly's eyes, as it stares into you. And it begins to come at you. But then you hear a sound. And it stops. And the two of you are now, the two of you, when I say the two of you, I mean you and the spider, are now 50-50, holding on to one another. Coming down the stairs is a man who is garbed in white robes. And your attention is drawn to him, even through all of this conflict, just simply because his white robes are clearly pulling in all of the light, reflecting every molecule of light in the room. And he comes stepping down from wherever he was on the next floor above. With him, he brings this bright light. And he looks at you. And his accent tells you that he's from, well, he's definitely a Canaanite.
Mm.
And I want you to make an intuition roll when you see him.
88. It is incredible.
88, incredible. Ooh, I like this. He is the leader of a cult
Think of cults.
that you have heard of. He is also one of the primary sources of the rebellion within Megiddo. And though he has never really been treated with a lot of respect, he's actually been sort of frowned upon because of his odd predilection for less respectable religions. He has gained some respect as of late, simply because he rebels against the Egyptian rule. And he's got a middle aged appearance, which is to say, in 1500 BC, something like late 20s, early 30s. And he looks down at you wrestling with the spider. His accent, again, is Canaanite. He simply says, "Well, now, you certainly have some very good skills. You could use a warrior, a trooper like yourself." He smiles. Make another psyche roll at this point.
That's a remarkable 18.
Uh, Means nothing to you.
I tell him I will not be mocked in battle. And I try. Is this spider still holding on to me?
Yeah, it's still holding on. You two of you are kind of grappling in mortal grapple, immortal. I don't want to say
Mortal
battle.
grapple.
And when he steps onto the last stair, onto the floor, stone floor, behind him are several archers. Probably those archers that were sniping at you and your squad earlier on.
Mhm. Well, I guess I kind of need to try and deal with this damn spider.
It's holding on to those mandibles. It looks like it's
Mm.
just roaring to go.
What I want to do is try and pull it down so that I can get my knee
Yeah,
between myself and its body
yeah,
and just slam myself to the ground
yeah. Slam yourself or oh, like
so that I'm going to drive my knee through him as I go slamming to the ground.
okay,
Like I'm going to like dive
pivot.
to the ground on my knee.
Yeah,
So I'm going to take a knee very forcefully
yeah.
after positioning it between the floor and my knee.
Okay. This is a little okay. Let's back up a little bit here, and I just want to clarify some things as a judge, which is what they're called, what a game master is called in Marvel superheroes. Um, and I think this is okay, right? Because we want to kind of talk about we're using theater of the mind right now, and sometimes maybe my image of what was going on is a little bit different than what James's image was. I had actually pictured you on your back with the spider on top. Now, if had you pictured yourself the same way?
No,
Okay.
I still thought I was upright.
Okay. All right. Let's go with that then. I'm totally fine with that.
Basically just
Yeah. You're kind of wrestling. All right. No problem. I think this is a totally fine thing to do. Like when you're using theater of the mind, my interpretation is not going to be exactly the same as all of my players, especially when I have like many players, but even if I just have one player, it's going to be different. So I find that it's always useful to go with what the player says. I think it's more fun, it's more interesting that way. So we're going to go with what James thinks Koth was doing. So Koth was upright. And so you kind of want to bring it around and like bring your knee
yeah,
down on
we're
its.
like grappled and I want to pull it down so that I can just slam it to the ground with
Yeah.
my knee.
Okay. So let's call this.
A smush.
I know, right? Jeff Grubb. Why didn't you create a smush rule?
There's
You've
room
got
on the table.
I know, right? There yeah, right. It's not like there are 80 million other things on here. You could have jammed one more on there and nobody would have known the difference.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask him the next time I interview him. So let's call it either way, grappling or grabbing. You know what? No, let's call it slam. Let's just call it outright slam. Go ahead and
Yeah.
make a slam roll. That's endurance.
Uh-oh.
What'd you roll?
Oh, phew. Wait.
What'd you roll?
89.
Oh,
Just the yellow.
okay.
Phew.
So with a slam roll, an 89 is yellow. That means stagger. So you're able to shift that spider with its bulbous body around to the side and then essentially just drop all of your weight on top of it. And you can feel its legs like clawing up at you and it's like hairy like appendages as they go like sliding across your face and maybe even one of them gets in your mouth and one of them pokes your eye. But you bring the full brunt down and as you do this, the man that is dressed in white cheers, throwing up his arms. And you come hard down on the spider and its bulbous belly explodes.
Oh, no.
And from it come molten hot, red, bulbous spiderlets,
Oh,
spiderlings, red hot like fire ants. And they begin to climb over you and consume you. And now I need you to make. So I'm going to treat this as a swarm of insects.
oh,
So with that, I need you to make, we'll call it an evading roll, which is a fighting roll.
okay. That's incredible, and
Yeah.
that's 100.
You rolled a 100.
0, 0.
Nice. With that, you scramble away and you're able to evade those creatures. And the figure in white who had just a moment before been cheering, his face darkens and the two archers behind him look at him as if awaiting orders. And he has only to nod. And I need you to roll for initiative one more time.
6.
Uh, you have you have the initiative. So the two archers look like they're drawing their bows and they're about to fire upon you. Those little tiny magma spiders are crawling all over the place. They're going up the walls. They're on the ceilings now. They're coming up your knees and your thighs. Um, he doesn't appear to be doing anything, however.
Yeah, my assumption is that this is my end. Like these spiders, these beings, these guys have the drop on me. The spiders are, even though I just managed to evade them, there's
Yeah,
that won't last for long.
yeah.
I just leap towards the guy in white.
Okay. So let's call this. Now, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to like grab him to like headbutt him, or are you trying to? What are you trying to do?
Yeah, I do want to grab him like bear hug.
Yeah,
Like I want to try and charge, like leap at him and get him in a bear hug. Like I want to make him as wrapped up in me as possible because um, with the idea that there's these crazy molten spiders that are going to attack me and
yeah,
swarm. Maybe they swarm him. There's
yeah,
two archers ready to shoot me.
yeah.
Maybe they shoot him. And so as I do, I just shout at him, "You take my life, I'll take yours too." And I run at him and just bear hug him.
Make a grabbing roll. Strength.
Strength. A 70 remarkable.
Nice. So with a 70, remarkable, you get in the yellow, which means you do end up grabbing him. So
Oh, I grab.
you manage to make it up the stairs somehow, and you grab him, and you just are you like pulling him over or?
No, I'm afraid of being prone with all these spiders.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna grab him, and if I can keep rushing at these archers with him, I will.
I'm gonna say that's going to be a separate role because the archers are up above you by several stairs, and the idea of grabbing him, you've successfully grabbed him, but now you have to like pull him with you upstairs. If you're going to pull him back, I'd column shift it, but going up, I'm going to column shift it back.
Well, I want to just grab him.
Just grab him.
Yeah, and
You
if
got that.
that is the extent of
Yeah.
my turn, I'll
Yes.
stop there.
No problem. So then the two archers, they take aim. You can see the hesitation in them because
Hmm.
now you've essentially grabbed their what you assume is and what you know is their boss, and they're not going to fire through him. So they hesitate, but those spiders keep coming, and so the spiders. I'm going to call this again. I'm going to call this a charging roll for them because they're just charging towards you. These molten hot baby spiders. uh, and they manage to scramble up the sides of up the stairs and all of that stuff. But maybe you step on one or two, and as you do this, you feel the heel of your sandals just go up in flame and maybe
Oof.
even a burn. But thankfully, they're just lining the walls right now. They're crawling all around, and maybe even a few of them get on this man robed in white.
Hmm.
And he's now face to face with you, and he just simply smiles.
These
And
fucking guys.
he's not scared at all. He looks at you and he looks like he's very happy about what's happening right now. And
Okay.
now it's your turn again. He's not moving, or he's not making a move.
I am going to very forcefully, with great force, kick him right in the fork with my knee.
Okay, go ahead and I guess we'll call this. Do you want to call it a stun roll?
I think it's called balling.
Jeff Grubb,
We've got some
why
extra
did you
columns.
not?
What do you
I
think?
know, like we need to start. These are house rules.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Balling.
I'll make an Excel file.
I know, a
We'll
spreadsheet.
make it bigger. Yeah.
Right. Just keep adding columns on here. Let's call it let's call it a stun. I mean that's really what it is, right?
Yeah. He will be stunned should it connect. Well, yeah, right. He probably doesn't have none of that. All right. 53 of amazing. That's in something.
You know what? Forget I said stun because I haven't figured out stun. We'll call it I'm gonna call it force. What was it again? Rank?
53 of agility now is incredible.
That is in the green. So you're able to hit and you do stun him and he buckles over.
Okay.
And the moment he buckles over, however, he collapses in your arms, you actually create a hole for the archers to fire through. So the
Is he
first,
still smiling? That's my main question.
that was just all that you wanted to do. No, he's not smiling. So you are probably very satisfied in that respect. The first archer fires attack.
Point blank with a couple of these guys.
Yeah, so
Yikes.
that's a column shift, and he hits for 17 points of damage.
Ouch. Okay.
What are you down to now?
32.
Okay. The second one fires. That one hits as well for, I'm going to say the same thing, 17 more points of damage.
So that's 15. Okay. 15.
Yep. And so now those spiders are crawling at you. the little baby spiders are
Mhm.
crawling at you, and they are just swarming all around you. And at this point, they've just surrounded you at this round. So it's really, to be honest, it's going to be a column shift to the right for them to leap onto you. And they are burning molten hot.
Yeah.
So dozens of these little tiny things start to make their way up. And you can feel it now as they start to brand and burn your ankles, and then your calf, and then your shins, and they make their way up their knee, up your knees. And at that point, they end up doing 21 points of damage.
Am I able to use karma to affect anything like this? Or is that
Um,
not part of these rules?
I'll say
If it's not, that's fine.
yes. To be honest, I don't know at this
No.
point.
Let's ignore it then.
Okay.
Um, all right, I have ceased to be. I have expired.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have my first on-air kill. So these spiders begin to travel up your leg, both legs, burning hot, and you collapse into the arms of your collapsed hostage, the man in white garb. And the two of you lay on your sides, and you're staring into his eyes, and the archers step up, and they start to put an arrow into you as the spiders move up your body, consuming you. And then, because you're not quite gone yet, you see the thatched roof, that third floor above you, and you feel yourself floating as if, well, somewhere in the afterlife. And then you feel and see what might be the two archers as they take your arms and your legs. Feel a swinging motion as you're tossed into the coals. And then you begin to see the tiny little legs and a tickling feeling all across your body. No real pain. And you realize that these spider creatures, these baby spiders, are now consuming you, and you can feel parts of your body as they begin to dissolve, fall away. You smell the burning hair and burning flesh. And then, once more, you see blackness, darkness, turns into an aurora, starlight twinkling in the distance, and this incredible sensation, traveling, traveling at the speed of light. And everything that you saw before is now played back in reverse. You're on the ground, pull back, and you see the surface of some place foreign to you. And then as you pull back even further, you see you're actually on the ring floating in space. And then you see more concentric rings, four of them to be precise, surrounding a single sphere, which for a moment resembles, well, when you were a child, you used to whittle carvings. And this looks like a large wood carving of a sphere. But before this realization hits you, you're yanked backward, away from these four concentric rings that are each spinning on their own axes, surrounding this singular sphere. And for a brief moment, that sphere, on that world, you see what might be an enormous spider pulsing with life. And you're pulled back into the aurora. You're pulled back through the aurora. Everything falls into silence. And when you open your eyes, you hear the sound of metal being forged. This time, though, the memory of what just happened is now with Eddie. And you look over at the old man, his female assistant. He's smiling. And he's looking at the woman as she hammers away on that anvil. She's looking at her the same way that she looked at you. All of those centuries, indeed all of those millennia ago.
I succumbed to a pretty large shudder through my body. I accidentally dropped my bag, and I looked down at it, but then I looked back directly at the man in white.
He's looking at her. When I say her, I mean Diana, the woman that I described before. And he's also looking at his two assistants, two men that you saw before. And now you realize that those two men are the archers. Their face is very familiar to you.
I'm gonna quickly kneel down, making a show of picking up my bag. And when I do, I want to get inside of it and pull my notepad out, just a
You're
little
able to
small
do
one,
so.
and just scribble on there like this this man is wearing white, or he's just an old man.
He's wearing white. He's an old man. He's got the same grin, the same smile that you saw
Hmm.
all of those years before. And however crazy that sounds,
Yeah,
3,500 years ago.
yeah, I'm starting to sweat, remembering the heat
And
that
it
I
may or
felt.
may not be the forge in the room, the anvil.
And I hastily scribble down on the first available page. Um, the old man in white is danger, and I write my number, my phone number, and I tear it off and fold it carefully, and then I'm going to approach where she's working if there's like a rope or
So
something
there's
like
kind of like
that.
a rope that divides the area where she's working from where the crowd is watching all of this. So you're going to have to cross that rope. I mean, it's not like there's some high security all around it, but you're
Yeah, I don't
definitely going
really
to.
want to cross it. I want to get close, and I'm because that's just it. I don't want to like give up the game for these guys. But I want to interact with her in some way. All right, so I'm going to approach the rope. And is she still teaching or talking
She's
or?
she's hammering and now she's starting to shape something and which as you suspected before, it is as far as you know, it's some sort of blade. somewhere between a sword, or I should say a
Mm.
sickle, and a dagger.
Well, I'm holding this note gripped in the hand that's holding the bag, and I reach in my bag really fast and pull out these glasses that I use for the computer at work. I put them on and I just call out to her as I'm fiddling with my glasses and peering like, "Is there any way I can get a closer look? I can't see very well, and this looks fascinating."
She looks around, and this is the second time now that you've interrupted her. The first time being when you were asking what it was that she is creating. And she's not quite used to this, but her her hammer goes up and it stops for a moment. She looks to the audience, she looks to you. Well, for liability reasons, I can't really allow anyone back here, but
"I'll be very safe," and I start stepping over the rope.
she looks very nervous about this. And when you step over the rope, or start to step across the rope, um, please make an intuition roll. Or yeah, make an intuition roll.
72 incredible.
72 incredible. Guess who else is here? Not just the two archers, but the two
The the culty dudes?
that were working on the forge.
What do they look like?
They're dressed red,
Losers.
and they kind of exchange a look. And she looks to the crowd as if this has never quite happened before. And the crowd looks a little bit uncomfortable at this point.
Mm.
But hold on, let me, hold on. And now she's got this face that sort of shows she doesn't really want to do this, but she's trying to do a little bit of crowd control at this point. And maybe there have been people, kids or something, that have attempted to cross over that rope at certain points. And the way that she addresses it is the same way that she does for everyone. She sets down what she's working on and she steps over to you to keep you from going behind that line and causing all kinds of liability issues
Yeah.
for
Well,
the
I'll
fine
stop.
artsman here.
Oh, I'm very sorry. And I quickly shift and I try to hold, I put the note back in my right hand and I want to kind of shield me doing something with the note with my body as well as my bag off to the side as she's coming up to me. And I say, "I'm sorry to intrude, but just show me your hands. They must be have from all working with this iron must be just terrible on your hands."
She stops for a moment, looks a little bit uncomfortable, and
And I hold out a note and kind of, try and make her see this white folded white piece of paper. And I'm like,
make make an agility roll.
94 of incredible.
94. She holds out her hands, palms up, and you can kind of see the calluses and the burns and the scars from so many years of forging and work with metal, the cuts, and some fresh bruises, maybe from today's work. And she does. She looks out and smiles to the crowd and gives like a little wink. She tells a joke that gets laughter rippling through the crowd, but that's enough.
By the time she finishes the joke, it's in her palm.
That's
And I
enough
say, "Wow,
to
still
pass
soft."
that to her. And she palms it, gets it into her leather apron.
And I apologize profusely and step back over the rope.
So she heads back to her forge and she gives you a bit of a double take as you
And
step
I'm
away
like
from the rope.
intently watching her.
And then she waits for a moment. She looks around as if she's a little bit nervous. And then she pulls her hands out of her pockets one more time. She pretends to fiddle with some things on her workbench, change things around. You see the note drops onto the workbench. She moves some instruments, moves a tool here or there. She flips something over, and then she unfolds the note. She looks at it. It's a moment that passes. She stares at it for a moment, and you know what she's looking at, but no one else really knows what's going on at this point. There's a ripple that moves through the crowd. That nervous laughter has now turned into wild interest in what's going on. She looks back, looks at the crowd, looks at you. She stops. She walks up to the crowd. She looks uncomfortable now. She looks like she doesn't know exactly what she wants to do. And there's concern. And then she says, ladies and gentlemen, right now we're all going to take a break. Just a quick break. I need to go freshen up a few of my tools and sharpen a few things. But we'll be right back in just a moment. You can all stick around for a few minutes. Promise you, we'll be starting again in about 10 minutes or so. And so with that, she claps her hands, and there are a few other attendants, security guards, if you will. They're not really, it's not like the gun-toting security guards that step up and they announce that there'll be a brief break, and they sort of step up to make sure that nobody crosses that line, just as you tried to do. So with that, she walks off to the side. She sits
I
for,
take kind of a like a disappointed, oh, but it was so great, and I start sidling at least out of this immediate area, and I put my hand on my phone, and I'm just kind of trying to get out of earshot of these folk.
you can do that. You can kind of twist around. Do you want to be out of eye shot as well?
No, no. If it's like a gallery with kind of an entrance, I can be towards more near the entrance.
You can kind of move off to do that.
Mhm.
You're in kind of a different crowd of people that are looking at a different exhibit.
And I want to, while I'm waiting to see if she will call me, I want to keep an eye on the man and his two archery buddies.
Go ahead and make, we'll call it again, an intuition roll.
A mere 12 of incredible.
They just step off on their own, and you can see that there's the full complement of all four of them with the older man dressed all in white and with his assistant or his caretaker, whatever she may be,
Hmm.
his caregiver, maybe even.
Yeah, and I'm getting nervous waiting.
Now, the woman, Diana Kane, who is the lead in all of this, the metallurgist and forger, um, she appears to be a little nervous, but she steps out from away from behind the ropes and she answers a few questions and sort of politely starts to move in your direction. And then you get that feeling like she wants to approach you, but she's a little bit cautious when she does so.
Mm. Well, I will try to look even more non-threatening as I probably do.
She approaches, looks at you.
And I'm kind of lost for words in a way because I know what I know, but I don't know that that's actually something. And I get a little clammy and kind of choked up.
She steps over to you. Takes a seat on the bench. And now you've drawn the attention. The older man, his four minions, shall we say, and his caregiver, who are
Mhm.
looking off in your direction.
Um, I try and talk to her without directly looking at her.
What do you say?
Um, there has to be something very special about who you are, or what you do.
She looks down at the floor and at her hands. Go on, she says.
I'm in a fairly bad way at the moment, but that man in white, he has a nefarious grin to him.
She looks over at the man in white.
He's a threat, and he has 4 people with him, 5 people with him. He's sizing you up for something.
She looks at him. This looks like an old man to me.
I've seen his smile before.
You're gonna have to do better than that. I've got to go back in about 4 minutes.
What is it about you that someone would want to exploit?
Make a psyche roll. What is your rank for psyche?
Remarkable.
Okay.
83.
Oof. She looks at you and does a double take. You're one of us. You tell me.
I only know there's a connection here back to Megiddo. I have wielded that weapon you're forging right now. It is the exact same. I've worn all this armor. I've shot all these bows. He's the one who was responsible for my death. That was in that battle.
Who is he? The old man?
Yes.
She looks over at the old man. And it takes a minute, or it takes a moment. But there's a flash of recognition. Just a twinkle, ever so subtle, that passes across her face. Do you have the dreams? She asks.
That's all I have. I'm nothing. I just I look at threats to the New England Defense Force. I've not done any of this. I've just had the dreams.
What is your name?
What was that?
What is your name?
Oh, Edward.
She shakes her head. What's your real name, Edward?
Well, it's one of many, I guess, if these dreams are anything to them, but it was Koth.
Cough.
It's not me. I'm separated by thousands of years.
It's very nice to meet you, Koth. I think we have some things to talk about.
And at that moment is when I just turn, that it's sinking in that there's something really happening. These aren't just visions.
She looks up now, and her eyes are fixed on that older man. You see them, don't you? You said there were 4 or 5 of them.
The two with him right there, two more in red, and his caretaker.
Saw them at Megiddo. So did
Yes.
I.
Where were you in the battle?
She looks at you and smiles. You told me your name, but I haven't told you mine. My name is Mosin. It's very good to see you again. He looks, or she, at her watch. Need to get back now, but I think we have some other things we can discuss. Perhaps later. Leave a message at the front desk, and we will connect at some point in the future.
Well, I will. I and I just pretty scrambled, stand right up and start kind of backing sash sideways, walking away awkwardly.
Mosin, Diana, looks at you. Be careful. Don't fall on your ass. Remember what happens when well, we'll talk about it later.
Don't you talk to me like what? I just shuffle away.
Watch out for arrows, old friend. And with that, she or he goes back to forging, work on their sword. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will end tonight's adventure. Thank you very much for watching. If you like what you saw, please like and subscribe. Every like, every subscription helps us out. Please tune in. We'll be back next week with another new adventure. This one featuring another solo adventure before our big superhero crossover at the end of the summer. Everybody out there, have a great weekend and have a wonderful game. Good night.